welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another edition here of the OSC Rising Star, OSC Rising Star Elite number 17.5 day 2. Welcome, bienvenidos one and all here to the second day, to the second week here of this event. For those that are curious, this is an event for up-and-coming players, for the rising stars here in StarCraft 2. Let's go, players from Korea, players from Europe, players from the Americas, all facing off against each other, looking to be the next rising star here in the OSC Elite tournament. Meanwhile, big shout out to for Jumy, Jumy, babiga, thank you so much. Thanks so much for the raid. Hope you had a great time playing GeoGuessr, and welcome one and all. Fun fact, we'll actually be casting some Jumy later on. Jumy is going to be competing later on against Creature towards the end of the broadcast, but until then we do have plenty of other matches to delve into. We are still quite early when it comes to the broadcast, when it comes to the tournament I should say. This is merely only day 2, but there are a lot of matches to come. Thankfully, this is going to be single elimination. Typically the OSC Elite Rising event is double elimination, and there are so many matches. It typically takes like 3-4 months to get through, but here this is kind of like a midway tournament. It hasn't happened before, but we do have a 0.5 instead, and as a result, single elimination, but purely best of 5s. It's crazy. A lot of games, a lot of matches. Until then, though, we have our first series. It is going to be a PvP between Sebesdes and Hydra. Let's go. Let us go. Game 1 is going to be on Winter Madness. Let's jump into our first series. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. 1:11 a.m. Papi, why so late? Why so early, you mean, papi? I just woke up. Of course, last night we were live. We were adminning the 2v2 tournaments, Thermal's 2v2 circuit. We were live, we were adminning, got a little bit of sleep, and now we are back with some more StarCraft. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the purple Protoss player from the land of Czechia, representing Team Roddy. It is Sebesdes. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the green Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands. It is Hydra. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It has been a while, but it is Gamba time. It is Gamba time. If you're in the chat, one moment as we do set things up. If you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open. And there we go, predictions open. Place your bets on who you think will play in the series. Best of luck in the chat. See that this is the third Rising Star 0.5 event. Oh, there you go. The third event, the third event. It's a bit of a midpoint. I'll be honest, I don't really know what constitutes a 0.5, like what does bring it about, but regardless, we do have our event here. We're going to once again confirm, perceive our Rising Star. Now, when it comes to the event itself, exclamation mark B in the chat should give you a link to the bracket. Oh, sorry, my apologies. I'll fix up the audio. There we go. Should be a lot better. So I do apologize for the audio levels, but if you remember, we were casting the Thunderfire event over the weekend, and the Thunderfire event clean feed audio was very low. It's very low, so we did have to adjust for that. So I do apologize, but it should be fixed. Should be fixed as we're getting to our initial matchup here. We do have our 2-gate opener, out of Hydra, likewise 2-gate opener out of Sebesdes. But what I was getting at here in regards to the bracket, exclamation mark B, as you can look at the back yourselves, is we did actually make reference to this previously, and now we have confirmation. We are missing some players. There are some players that are missing from the bracket that we typically do look to see as favorite players or even represent their races, specifically Percival and Nickrat. Percival and Nickrat, they are absent from the bracket, and the reasoning for that is because they graduated. They are no longer eligible for this event, bearing in mind that depending on your placement, depending on your performances in Premier tournaments, and even in other major OSC events like the OSC Championship, you are ineligible for the event. This is purely for the rising talent, and again, Nickrat and Percival, they got too good. They got too good, so that is why they're not a part of this event. That's why typically they're some of the more regulars here, but not this time, and not for the near future. Meanwhile, Sebesdes is claiming his natural, so is Hydra. So far so good, nothing crazy, nothing wild. We do have our initial units of choice. It's going to be Stalker, Sentry for both players. Here come our scouts, here comes our confirmation. So nothing wild, there's no proxies, there's no shenanigans. We have our tech of choice here from Sebesdes going Twilight Council first. Meanwhile, Hydra will soon throw down his own tech as well. but we're getting into a much more tame PvP. Much more tame. As Hydra did warp in extra units, he's hiding, trying to catch any stray units here in the center of the map. Now going for his own Twilight Council. As Hydra did warp in extra Stalkers, but alas isn't able to quite make use of them. So again, Hydra does have the Stalker advantage. The downside is his blink is going to be delayed, as blink has already begun for Sebesdes. So Sebesdes, he's being a little bit more defensive. He warped in extra sentries instead for hallucinations, for force fields. He's taking that more defensive stance, building up in towards a greater mid game, ideally. Meanwhile, we'll see if Hydra can actually make use of this army, make use of the continued warp-ins. Sebesdes still moving out. It's going to be on our players to confirm any additional gateways, any faster third bases, any sign of aggression or greed. Ooh, as the scout is denied. Does deny the hallucination. Sebesdes a little bit more in the dark. As a result, does go for his own Robo on 2 bases. And building up into a forge. Okay, just again working towards that mid game. Further upgrades and further tech, immortal production, observers for detection as well. Meanwhile, Hydra going to be delaying his Robo. Okay, never mind. Does get his Robo, but looking to delay some tech here as he's setting up for a faster third. Still, never mind. Was in position, but throws down extra gateways, getting up to a 4-gate setup. Hallucination does get eyes on the would-be third base. And we'll confirm. Yep, gets into the main, sees all 4 gates. Hydra's committing. Essentially, this third base is fake. There's a fake out here. Thankfully, Sebesdes does confirm. We already have a shield battery. Immortals on the way. Force fields are going to be paramount here when it comes to the defense. And Blink is still a ways away for a Hydra. Again, Blink was delayed. We brought that up earlier. That's not the pylon. Hydra does expand and pulls away. Interesting. So in the end, did throw down extra gateways, didn't quite make use of them, did posture, did ensure that Sebesdes was not expanding, did contain him on 2 bases, and hey, may as well expand. So Hydra, he contains Sebesdes, claims his own third, taking that slight economic lead, and gets the hell out of there. So again, a lot of posturing, a lot of maneuvering. So Hydra, he'll have the slightly faster third base, slightly better saturation. At the same time, though, we do have Sebesdes with, I believe, a slightly higher immortal count. Yeah, he's already going to have a 2nd immortal. So when it comes to the main armies, currently I do favor Sebesdes, but eventually we'll be building up towards a mass amount of zealots into Archons. We'll be taking up. Speaking of, Temple Archives on the way, so Sebesdes is building up in towards that mid game. And again, so far it's been a relatively passive game here. We did have some posturing, of course. We did have Hydra threatening an attack and containing his opponent, but no major engagements. And this is kind of what we expect, to be honest, out of European PvP when it comes to players like Hydra, like Sebesdes, even Showtime and MaxX when they're up against some of the other players. We just slow things down. I'm hoping that we do get into some proxies later and some more aggressive play, but for now, it's just like no rush, 3-4 bases. We're just kind of building up. Calming down. So soon we're going to have to think a little bit bigger picture here when it comes to the army compositions themselves. How many Zealots, how many Archons, the engagements. We did mention earlier that Sebesdes, he already does enjoy a greater immortal count, and he's going to be able to maintain that. Can be a crucial part of the upcoming fight. Single nation, small price pool. No, yeah. That we know. Sorry, what I meant earlier about like constitutes a 0.5 is what, like, maybe a better way, a better word of using that would have been what prompts a 0.5. Like what does bring it about. But there you go. As both armies do push. Sebesdes trying to have position. Oh, it does have the high ground. And with that, does have the greater engage. Okay, not bad. Kites back, deals with all these zealots. Hydra overextending a little bit. And Hydra will bleed out with sentries. The Immortals are exposed. A rough fight here for Hydra. But it does have more reinforcements. He's trying to move in. We still have those 4 Immortals in the back line, though. Yeah, once they can get through those zealots, they can just mow down the army. Yeah, and again, just a really rough fight. Again, stuck on the low ground, pushing into a greater concave. Likewise, he trickled in with the zealots and with the sentries. Yeah, just a really rough engage. Sebesdes doesn't press his advantage. He totally could. But for now, he backs off. Better fight for our purple Protoss. And Hydra has some recovering to do. Now, after a rough fight like this, it is a mirror matchup. It is difficult to try to regain the lead, but there are ways in doing so when it comes to Zealot run-bys, War Prism harass, Adept harass as well. Adepts, they can be so annoying here, as Sword Ups can one-shot probes. But we can see that so far, Hydra isn't able to get across the map. He does have some Zealots here to get eyes on the 4th base, and Hydra does have a faster 4th at least. But you can see the supply disparity, and that's purely an army. So we have that army supply lead here for Sebesdes. Again, he just took the better fight. Now working on +3. Also had that upgrade advantage as well. True. Did have +2. As Hydra is hoping he can maybe force Sebesdes out of position. Distracting on the right hand side. And does pull away some zealots, but never mind. Sebesdes comes back. He does come back around. And Hydra, he has to get the hell out of here. Like, he can't commit. He blinks in. He's crazy. Yeah, blinks in. Takes some hits. Sebesdes does move out. Once again, fully back in, dragging out those zealots. The Archons, they get some nice volleys off. Again, when it comes to how you engage, it is so crucial that you preserve your zealots. You don't want to aim move in, you don't just want to run into those Archons. You gotta play it safe, play it carefully. And Sebesdes is going to be the first to max out. And the first hit +3. So +3 is finishing. Here comes Sebesdes. And a base trade might be the best option here for Hydra, but he does run into the army. They do spot each other. Hydra pulls away. And Sebesdes doesn't commit. Oh, okay, there we go. I was like, he doesn't commit. Zealots, they peel off, they get into the natural. Probes are going to go down. Oh, Hydra catching an Archon, not bad. Picks up an Archon, going for the other. Messy engage here for Sebesdes. As he was caught up, but at the same time, the Zealots, they wreak havoc. They wreak havoc. 30 probes, oh my god. 30 probes going down. Zealots in the natural, Zealots in the main. Yeah, Sebesdes, he does pop up. He just has to survive. As he bleeds out another Archon, another Immortal. Again, just a really rough engage here for Sebesdes. Pulls back to a shield battery. Has more reinforcements. But it's still going to be close here. There's so many Archons for Hydra. And the Archons are pushing in. Hydra, can he do it? Can he end the game with this push? Back at home, there's nothing left. Back at home, he has no economy. No economy, no bank. He breaks a third. Sebesdes back at home, trying to warp in. But against Sebesdes, he got caught with his pants down. He got caught out in the center of the map. Almost all of his high-tech units. Hydra can still win this. Just with one big push. So pushing forward, and GG gets called. Hydra, he does overwhelm, and Hydra takes game number 1. GG. Again, Sebesdes, he was playing that so well for the majority of the game, even though he had maybe a slightly later third base, a later fourth base. He was taking better fights, he had better upgrades, he had better engagements early on, but as we mentioned, as he went for the Zealot run-by, which did do a lot of damage, he got caught out in the open. We saw that his armor was very spread thin. It was very spread thin in the center of the map. His Immortals were exposed, his Archons were exposed. He was fighting with half his army because he sent so many Zealots for that run-by, and he lost the fight, lost the game. GG, well played. Hydra able to take a lead in the series, and we'll see if we can extend that lead as we get into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. As game 2 is going to be on Ruby Rock, and we'll see if Sebesdes can take a moment here, take a breath, and try to lock in, baby, try to settle back in. As again, he played out the majority of that game well, even towards the end, was crippling the economy, but it did just come down to that one big engagement in the center of the map. And here we go. Spawning in this upper hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the purple Protoss player from the land of Czechia representing Team Roddy down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Sebesdes. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the green Protoss player, the green Protoss player himself. Oh, from the land of the Netherlands, it is a Hydra. Leading the series 1-0. As a reminder, this is going to be a best of 5. Is a best of 5. And coming into this, Hydra needs 2 more wins here to claim the series. For now, welcome to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is a smaller map of the map pool, smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression and aggressive move outs can be a little bit more favored here, but at the same time, it is a mirror matchup, it is a PvP, so we'll see how our players will approach each other. Last game, we had a pretty tame game overall, getting into the mid-game, slowly getting our natural bases, our third bases, our fourth bases, building up, taking up. We'll see if anyone decides to be more aggressive earlier on. Hello. As Hydra does veer off towards the top side. With this, he can hide his pylon. Based on the pro placement, based on the location, it looks like a fake proxy pylon. This could also be a proxy Stargate, true. Wouldn't be the worst location for it. It is quite far back, but can also be an option. Never mind. He does abandon it. Okay, so a fake proxy pylon. Essentially, when Sebesdes goes into the main base, as he is with his probes count, he is counting pylons. He's checking, confirming. You can see he's going further back behind the mineral line, and he confirms that, hold up, one of your pylons is missing, right? Where is your second pylon? You can see here Sebesdes is doing second pylon that's next to the gas geyser. He's searching for the other. And Hydra, he's hoping for an overreaction. Does Sebesdes believe there's a proxy? Does he believe there's a one base all incoming his way? We know that it's a fake. Sebesdes has to confirm. Ooh, and he does scout the edge of the map. Based on the rally, based on the current rally, he will not scout the pylon. And he already sends out a second probe. And already this is doing damage. Basically, there's one extra worker, Sebesdes, that is not mining. As a result, Hydra does have the slightly better economy. He does come with his own probe scout, does confirm both pylons. Or 3 pylons even. And already the third pylon is in the main, going for the Stargate on one base as well. So Hydra will have the greater economy, will have the faster natural. As there's that natural base. So Hydra, he will take an economic lead. Sebesdes still scouring the map, still trying to figure out what's going on. Does slip in and does confirm. Yeah, he scouts the base. Now he sees. Ooh, it was a fake. It was a fake out. Hydra is expanding. Free scout all the way further into the main base. Yeah, Hydra's out of position. And as he gets dragged over by the probe, Sebesdes, he can start to apply some pressure. And again, the pressure is on Sebesdes, right? Like, he has to find some damage here. Getting into the pylon. Again, Hydra's out of position. And the pylon up. Does not go down. Does get the sentry though. And trades with the sentries. Gets 1, gets 2. 2 sentries, 2 stalkers. At the same time, Sebesdes is taking some more damage. Oof. Barely does waddle away. Not I expect too soon. Yeah, rough movement there. Losing a stalker, and Sebesdes, he's in trouble. He's getting the hell out of here. Back at home, he's going for Stargate, going for his Oracle. The Oracle can help recover. But last Sebesdes is almost losing another Stalker. Oracle's on the way. Now, Hydra did get into the main. Okay, did get into the main base. So I was about to say, I was about to be concerned whether or not he was able to scout with his hallucination before he lost his sentries. But did scout. 2 soldiers in position. Stalkers are ready. Despite that, does lose 2 probes. Hydra still up in workers. But only slightly. And at least Sebesdes does keep the Oracle alive. Keeps it alive. We have a second Oracle on the way. 2 Oracles, they can one-shot probes. Bear that in mind. So Sebesdes, he can still find some more damage. Find some more. And he's gonna need to. Again, he's down by 5. Down by 5. His natural base is just now finishing up. Hydra's been mining for quite some time. Almost fully saturated. Oh, and likewise, because it didn't invest into the Stargate, Hydra also has faster play. But here come the Oracles. Hydra's out of position. He's on the main. Oh no, where are we going? He's on the main base. There was potential for so much potential for damage. Sebesdes now going further in. Now does confirm. There we go. He gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 probe kills. Oh my god. Getting to 6. There could have been a little bit more damage here, but regardless, still amazing. 6 probes go down. And Hydra, that lead that he once had, not there anymore. I mean, I say that faster third, true. Faster third base for Hydra. Will help him recover. But again, now down by 5 workers. And once again, the scary thing is, down by 5 workers, the Oracles are still alive. They can always go back in. A shield battery is not good enough. I should emphasize that 2 Oracles, they one-shot probes, so even if there's a shield battery, they can out-DPS the healing output of a shield battery. So these Oracles are still a threat. Hydra does need to keep units in position. And we're building up those Stalkers. Getting a Fortune +1. Still no third expansion here by Sebesdes, but there we go. Now he does expand. Now he does set up. As he sets up, he's moving out. Because of the later expansion, Sebesdes, he's been going for extra weapons. So extra weapons, larger army. We have 18 Stalkers to the 12 of Hydra. Hydra can make up for that with sentries, with the Immortal, with the shield battery. Sebesdes moving in. Hoping to distract. Dives on the Immortal. Does get the dive and does... Oh, barely not. Yeah, it does not sight the Immortal. Immortal barely gets away. That's controlled by Hydra. At the same time, Oracles, they attempt to dive into the main. Blinks in once again. Gets the Immortal. Did take a long time though. Did tank a lot of shots. More batteries are on the way. The Oracles, they will be sniped. Yeah, messy engage here from Sebesdes. Getting messy. And Sebesdes gets punished, bleeding out so many Stalkers. Again, it took like what, 4 volleys to bring down the Immortal. Bleeding out more army. Bearing in mind that Sebesdes' third base was late, Hydra, his own is already done. Sebesdes had the larger army, and he does actually clean everything up. Okay. It's off the Gateway army. Sebesdes, he still maintains the greater Stalker count. But now we have 3 shield batteries. Oh. Batteries, charge is almost done. Hydra switching to a more efficient army. Into charge. And Sebesdes is not. And no further upgrades. He's sticking with Mass Stalker. So once again he moves out. We did mention this in game number 1, but 2 ups, they one-shot workers, so as Sebesdes ideally distracts at the third base, he can slip into the natural. Setup said you'd move in. Doesn't come into the shade, but does slip into the natural. It's 1, 2, 3. At the same time, Stalkers, they do hit the third. I'm getting into 6 probes. 6, 7 probes go down. Hydra having a hard time keeping up. And Hydra's had enough defending. For the first time, this game is moving out. Let's go. Now, as a reminder, what does Hydra have? Charge, right? Charge is done. +1 is still on the way there for Hydra. With a more Zealot-heavy army, Hydra can maybe take a better fight, but it's still going to be difficult. As Hydra moves out, Sebesdes moves in. Yeah, Sebesdes, he does slip by. Hydra does respond. Does react. For a moment there, I thought we were just gonna give it to a base trade. Ooh, Hydra overreacting though. He saw the army, he's looking for it. Sebesdes finds a sentry. Sentry pulls away. Sebesdes, he's still working towards charge. Trying to collapse in. Doesn't bait the army into the stasis. Decent engage there from Hydra. Charge finishing up in 9 seconds. Likewise, we have shield batteries as well. And Sebesdes should be able to break through. Yes, Sebesdes' charge now done. Zealous, they break through that defensive line. Dives on the Stalkers. And Hydra, he will lose everything. He cannot take this fight. Not like this. Not anymore. Yeah, it's just taking far too long here. And we will have a series. We'll have a back and forth. As Sebesdes does dominate this fight, diving on the prism, GG gets called, and Sebesdes ties up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Hydra initially having the better start. He initially was able to get the better start, have the greater economy, faster natural base into the faster third as well. But the harassment proved to be a little bit too much. The Adept harassed, the Oracle harassed, more importantly, the Stalker aggression as well. Sebesdes did cripple, did pull Hydra apart, and was able to regain his lead and maintain that lead. GG. GG, well played. Again, Hydra's having a really hard time when it comes to not just his defensive play, but specifically his vision, his army rotations, and his map awareness. Trying to keep up with the movements and with the units here of Sebesdes was a little bit harder there for Hydra. Was multiple times caught out of position, looking for the army, and not quite where he needs to be. As a result, did bleed out so many probes. But now we're getting into game 3. We're getting into game 3, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the purple Protoss player tying up the series 1-1, and we'll see if he can maintain that momentum and extend that lead. Representing Team Brody, it is Sebesdes. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the green Protoss player up in the land of the Netherlands. It is Hydra. For some tight series, we'll see if he can bring it back. Hydra. As welcome to the Old Republic, a bit of a larger map compared to Ruby Rock. Larger map, but longer rushes. Since last game we saw Hydra go for a fake out and go for a fake proxy pylon. Do we see another fake out? Do we actually commit at any point in this series? Does anyone commit? Buenos días. Buenos días. Se oiga. Good morning, Tony. Big Mac SE2. Bienvenidos. Making me hungry. As they're opening up, 2-gate opener out of Hydra, 2-gate opener out of Sebesdes. Hydra once again does veer off towards the left-hand side. This location, though, is a little bit more primed for a proxy robo. We'll see if he commits. We'll see if it's another fake out. The pylon is thrown down once again, and just like last game, Sebesdes slips in and will confirm that a pylon is missing. But this time the probe is sticking around, waiting for the Cybercore. Cybercore is almost done, and show us what you got: Stargate or Robo. We have the answer: Robo. One base all in, and this time Hydra commits. Now Sebesdes, once again, he's aware that a pylon is missing. It could be a fake out just like last time. It could be real. Oh, Sebesdes, he's crazy. No hesitation, he throws down the Nexus. He's like, nah, I don't believe you, Pat. Does go for a sentry base opener, scouting with hallucination, checking on the bottom right hand side, looking for the proxy. Ooh, second probe on the left. Sebesdes, he will find the robo. Okay, he does find a piece of the puzzle. He's aware of the base, but he already did commit into a Nexus. That was a Nexus before robo. Setting up a shield battery. It's going to be a tough hold here for Sebesdes. Not impossible, but it's going to be difficult. As here comes that robo. Again, a delayed defensive robo here for Sebesdes. We'll see if he can buy enough time for his own immortals. Safety shield battery in the main. That's in case we see Hydra juggle into said main base and ferry in. Stalkers are warping in. Hydra moves out. Again, we'll see if we can break that natural. Oh, he's got to respect those sentries. Doesn't want to be locked in. Shields are triggered. So far, Sebesdes, he's buying time for that immortal. It's halfway done. I just break forward. Oh my god. Has to recover that war prism. Does move in. And he takes down the shield battery. Oh, never mind. Battery does survive. Remember, as time goes on, it's getting better and better for Sebesdes. He does have the greater economy. Does have that economy. Again, shields are triggered. But Hydra not really gaining any ground here. Oh no, there's Rally losing 2 sentries. That should not have happened. 2 sentries thrown away for free. Force tools, that would have been crucial here to lock down that immortal. Big losses there for Hydra. Big losses. As 2 warpins basically wasted. Vessel's trying to force his way in. We have a 3rd shield battery on the way. 4th shield battery even. And the juggling is decent, preserving the immortals. Getting another. 3rd immortals waddling in. But Sebesdes, he will soon have his own war prism. And now soon he can micro as well. He can micro, he can juggle. Now he's up to 4 shield batteries. There's a force field. And Sebesdes is able to rotate. It does rotate down. Pulls back behind the batteries. So far juggling well. Can he get on top of those immortals though? Yeah, he's trying. Oh no! Yeah, it does pull back, but he's going to be broken. GG gets called as Hydra does preserve all 3 immortals, and Hydra does take a lead in the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Hydra does eventually break through. Again, I was concerned with Hydra losing those first 2 sentries, but as you saw, he was able to still overwhelm at that natural. There was there were 4 shield batteries, and I mean, they did what they could. The juggling was decent as well when it came to saving the immortals, but only the immortals were saved essentially for Sebesdes. They were still bleeding out those stalkers, still bleeding out the other gateway units. GG, well played. In the end, he was broken, and Hydra does extend his lead as we lead into game number 4. Hydra, he may claim it here and now. Remember, it's first of 3, best of 5. Best of 5 series, first of 3 will claim the win, and the Hydra just needs one more to claim that win. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Tactical Citadel, we have the purple Protoss player from the land of Czechia, representing Team Roddy down in the series. He has a 5-pack here and now to force the ace match. It is Sebesdes. and spawning in the bottom right hand corner. Bottom right hand corner here we have his opponent. We have the green Protoss player from land of the Netherlands leading the series 2-1. It is Hydra. Go. Here we go. Once again, Hydra able to pull off that one base all in, able to break Sebesdes. We'll see if he can close that here. Now, welcome to Tidal Citadel. One of the more vetoed maps, to be honest. We don't really get to see too many games on Tidal Citadel. It does have some quirky features. The goal base bottom left, of course. The overall map layouts. Having the central area blocked off and having a pathway towards the third and fourth base instead. Can be awkward to engage into, to rotate. Likewise, this third and fourth base are very spread out, very far apart. So defensive rotations, aggressive rotations, they can be quite crucial. We'll see. Something of course to take note of is that Sebesdes has yet to go for a proxy or even fake a proxy. He's been just keeping his pylons back at home, playing standard. Playing standard, playing safe. There's a second pylon. This time, for the first time in quite some time, Hydra does go for a second pylon in the main base as well. There's no fake out, no proxy. Sebesdes, he will scout this. He can breathe easy. It's like, okay, we're good. We're good, man. We're good. So players are looking to expand. Sebesdes here does pylon block. Goes to the pylon, likewise so does Hydra, delaying our expansions. Ideally forcing out earlier attack. Oh. So both players do cancel in time. And Sebesdes is the first to expand. Hydra is not too far behind. Did opt to go for an initial sentry first. So his own nexus was slightly delayed. And so far everything's looking very macro oriented. Not just our expansions, but also triple sentry. Right, we're opening up triple sentry from Hydra. Sebesdes doing the same, plenty of hallucinations, plenty of scouting. So both players will scout each other. We also have another deviation. Twilight Council out of Sebesdes, Robo out of Hydra. Okay, so Hydra will take a more defensive stance. Typically with an earlier Robo, that leads into earlier Immortal production. So you can kind of like build up this Immortal count early on, be able to maintain your natural so they get a third base, and eventually break out with multiple Immortals. Never mind as we go for an earlier Twilight Council. Okay, so Robo to Twilight Council. Just playing safe. And Sebesdes will have much earlier blink. Oh, we've been here before. Similar to game one. Hydra just open a War Prism first. With an early War Prism like this, he can go for even a Sentry drop. True, it's been a while, actually, seeing Sentry drops. I can't remember if Hydra was one to. Oh, gee, we're going into Glaives? Okay. Let's go. Sentries are going to be picked up. Essentially what you can do here, and what was quite common, I feel like it's fallen off quite a bit in PvP, but it did have a brief stint last year, is diving into the mineral line. Diving into the mineral line, force fielding the probes in, and then killing as many probes as you can with sentries. This became more viable after the buff to the sentry. If you recall, it was, what, a year ago, 2 years ago now, but the Sentry was buffed in PvP, and it does do bonus damage to shield-based units. So specifically in PvP, the Sentry does more damage. Attempt to drop into the main. Sebesdes is in position, though. Oh, no! Oh! Yeah, we have to get out of here. We have to get out. Prism is zoned away. Behind this, throwing down more gateways again, early glaives. Feels like a 2-base all-in. We're going to commit. We're going to double down. As we have even more gateways. Hydra's not stopping. Meanwhile, what has Sebesdes seen? Nothing yet. He saw the Robo, saw the Twilight Council, hasn't seen the gateways, hasn't seen the lack of expansion. Sebesdes is still somewhat in the dark. I'm just building up. Now the drop was denied, but at least he saves all the sentries. Sentries are saved. Adepts are warping in. Sebesdes throwing down his own gateways. True, true. If Sebesdes was getting a third base, I'd be concerned, but no, he's getting to 4 gates himself. Even into a bay? Okay. Adepts say shit in. Shit into the mineral line. 5 probes go down. Nice damage here by Hydra. But Sebesdes is rushing into disruptors on 2 bases. Oh my god. Nice force field. Gets 1, 2, 3. 2 soldiers go down. Late blinks, late reactions. Hydra's not stopping. Remember, Hydra, he's 2 base all in, but he's going 2 base all in against a 2 basing player. Sebesdes recalls back home. Has a comparable army. Yeah, nice snipe. Takes out the Prism, and Hydra's stuck. Yeah, Hydra, he has to commit. He's going to lose everything. The Immortals go down, the Prism goes down, and Hydra will lose the entire army. GG gets called. Sebesdes ties up the series. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Rough position there for Hydra. Again, Hydra, he was building up into his 2 base all in, but remember, Sebesdes, he wasn't expanding. He wasn't getting a third base. He was keeping up also on 2 bases as well with a massive amount of stalkers, and he was able to shut down the all in, shut down the push. GG. GG, well played. Again, that kind of play from Hydra works best if your opponent is playing standard and macro, right? If they're slowly building up towards a third base, focusing on their economy, cutting some corners. That's when you can pop off. But here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the purple Protoss player. The purple Protoss we have representing Team Ruddy from Czechia. It is Sebesdes. Sebesdes back in. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the green Protoss player from land of the Netherlands. It is Hydra. Here we go. Have our ace match again. First series of the broadcast. We go all the way to game 5. Let's go. We made it, man. We made it all the way to the ace match. And this can go either way. Hydra, I would say, has been more diverse for sure, right? We've seen fake proxy pylons, real proxy pylons, 1 base all-ins, 2 base all-ins. I will say that Sebesdes did kind of keep up with that, of course, last game, also staying on 2 bases himself. In my mind, I would imagine a little bit more reactionary. We'll see. We'll see what Hydra has in store for us this time. As it, again, feels like Hydra has been dictating the pace of the game the majority of this series. For now, 2 gate openers. I was about to say I don't really see many others outside of the top Koreans like go for like gate cyber expands, but I'm gonna eat my words and say that, and I was reminded of Arrowfire. Arrowfire had also mixed it in. I miss him. It's been a while. I remember he went on a big hiatus and he came back last year. Like, he came back last year for a little bit, but yeah, silently stepped away. When was the last time he competed? So now, so far mirrored builds. Hydra does hide a pylon, and Hydra is going for once again a 1 base all-in. Let's go. Going for the proxy robo. Going for the proxy setup. At the same time, Sebesdes, he's scouting, he's searching. Sebesdes, he's aware that once again a pylon is missing, and he will scout the bottom left-hand side. Likewise, checking top right, and he will find it. Yeah, Sebesdes will confirm. This time a much earlier scout compared to on the Old Republic. Likewise, this time a robo before expanding. If you remember, this is also one of the reasons why he had such a difficult defense, was how late the robo was. As Sebesdes, he did blindly go for a faster Nexus last time. Meanwhile, he's got the faster robo, 3rd gateway. Pylon is under fire. The pylon will go down. Hydra, he's going to try to defend, but it's too late. It's too far gone. Massive delay. And this is looking bleak. This is looking rough. It's looking rough here for Hydra. Stalker's engaged. Slightly better trade for Hydra. Up. Trading 1-1. Sebesdes comes out on top of the trade though. Yeah, that's a lot of extra hits. A lot of extra volleys. Attempts to throw down those pylons. Oh no. Oh, another Stalker goes down. Hydra, he just wants to all in, baby. But the all in is denied. As Sebesdes, he does maintain the higher Stalker count. He's got 3-2. Robo gets repowered, but the Immortal is so far away. Takes out another Stalker and soon to be another. And the all in has failed. The all in has failed. Pylon goes down. There's one pylon left. GG. Sebesdes, he will shut down the all in and claim the series 3-2. GG. Hi, GG will play. Congratulations, Sebesdes. He will claim the series, as opposed to on the Old Republic. Sebesdes, this time he did go for a much faster robo before even scouting. So he kind of like, he felt it out. He believed that he would be proxy, that he would be cheesed out. So he did throw down the faster robo, was able to scout, confirm, react with a faster third gateway as well, and completely shut it down before it could really get going. Again, Hydra was denied that proxy. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Sebesdes, he does claim the series, does advance on into the next round. GG, well played. Does advance on, I believe, to face off against Shameless in another PvP. Oh no. We'll get there though, we'll get there. As we're going to take a brief break from the PvPs. Don't worry, we got plenty more ahead of us. Again, we're going to be casting Jumy versus Creature later on. And now we have confirmation it is going to be Shameless versus Sebesdes later on as well. But we're going to break up some of those PvPs and diversify with a PvZ. Up next is going to be Minnow VK versus Demi. Oh boy, bearing in mind this is a single elimination bracket this time, so Hydra is out of the tournament. It was close though, it could have gone either way. Hydra played well for himself, and again, personally, I do appreciate that Hydra was the more diverse player, right? Proxies with fake outs, 1 base all-ins, 2 base all-ins, even standard play in game 1 as well. True, even standard play. But I did appreciate that Hydra was a little bit more exploratory in his play, more so than Sebesdes. But here we go. We now have our fresh series. It is going to be that PvZ. Game 1, Winter Madness. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the blue Protoss player, representing System Gaming. It is Minnow VK. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Indian Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Maturino Esports. It is Demi. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as it's always a treat to see more Demi. Demi, the shark of the sea. Demi, of course, he was at one point a very active player. He was at one point one of the best Zerg players in Southeast Asia. Was often competing, often playing, but Demi did retire a couple of years ago. In saying that, he recently came back just playing for fun. Now there's a lot less pressure. Now there's a lot less kind of onus on him. And as a result, we have seen him be a little bit more free, be a little bit more carefree, and actually get some decent results as well. But Demi, he's very similar to Nice. Where Nice, he also retired, like a year ago, 2 years ago. But Nice recently came back and started showing up in Open Cups. Like every now and then, Nice, he plays for fun. Demi's the same. Does play for fun. When it comes to Demi's style, at least when he was actively competing, Demi, he was one that was very fond of Muta play. He was known as the King of the Sea. When I say sea, I mean capital SEA, like the Muta King of Southeast Asia. Muta King of the Sea, man. And I would often enjoy going Mass Muta and was often quite good at it as well. But of course, that was many years ago, and we'll see how he compares here in 2026. Crazy. Many years later. Regardless, I appreciate that we at least have one Zerg player tonight. I appreciate it. As So now Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Demi. Likewise, Minivk going for his own standard opener as well. But speaking on Demi, now speaking on Minivk, likewise, Minivk, he's been devoting a lot of time to StarCraft over the past 1-2 years. For a long time, he was just a competitor, but in more recent years, he has been running a lot of tournaments. Fire Grow Cups, alongside Waterfall Cups, alongside, I want to say, Sunny Lake Cup. There we go. Like, his tournament names have become a little bit of a meme, but like, we can't say anything as a CranKy Ducklings, right? We got Sea Duckling Open and Master Swan Open, so who are we to say anything? But yes, he's got Waterfall Cup, Sunny Lake Cup, a Fire Grow Cup, and I want to say there's another that's like slipping my mind. Anonymous Cup, that's it, Anonymous Cup. But yeah, Minivk, he's been running and hosting a lot of tournaments for the CIS region over the past 2 years. Also been streaming a lot, casting a lot, playing a lot of 2v2s, StarCraft Evolution. Minivk has become a little bit more of like a content creator and also a big kind of figure in the community, in the space. So much love to Mindle, much love. I feel a little bit bad because we, especially a year ago, we would often cast all of his events, but in recent months, we just haven't had the time to. Like, we've just been so, I mean, there's just been things happening IRL, so I just have not had as much time to cast. But again, does run a lot of tournaments. Spindle does move out. Again, Stargate opener. As Oracle moves out, Demi he moves in. His goal here is to delay the third, and we'll see if he can. Speaking of, can he force a cancel? Can he kill? Up, and he can. Oh, that's a massive pick off here. Kill on the Nexus. Ay, ay, ay. Minivk, he was distracted. He does get 4 drones across the map, so nice damage here with the Oracle, but that's not quite worth losing an entire Nexus, losing 400 minerals. Remember, that was a kill. Was a kill. Minivk stuck on 2 bases, going for his own Twilight Council and Forge. Very late third base. The Oracle's a race back home. And finally, Mindle can expand. Can now expand. Demi just keeping tabs on Mindle. Next in, pulls away. From here, Demi just running. With the Overlord Scan, he was able to confirm the Twilight Council in the Forge. Behind this, going for Safety Roach Warren. So Safety Warren out of Demi. He's ready for, say, Charge or Glaives. We can see it's going to be a standard follow-up, just a delayed follow-up. Also on a blink. Meanwhile, Demi, I don't see an Evo Chamber, so he does go Safety Roach Horn into a lair, into extra gases. I did mention earlier that Demi was very fond of Mutaplay back in the day, and that is in the back of my mind. Going for a Spire is still on the table, as he's getting into 4 gases. Typically, if we were going to go... Oh, as one of the Oracles gets run away... Yeah, we'll lose an Oracle. Oh my god. Mindle does barely save the other. But rough trade here for Mindle. Now, what I was about to say here is that typically if we have Roaches, then we would see an Evo Chamber for +1 range. We have extra gases. This screams Mutas. This screams Spire. It has to be. I mean, the other option, I guess, is Hydras into a fast Lurker Den. With all this gas. I'd have to get 4 drone kills. Lair is now done and shows the tech. Starts for speed. Oh, okay. So in my mind, it was going to be a Spire or a Hydrogen. Instead, we have option 3. Infestation Bit. Is the plan Swarm Hosts? Like, going for a fast pit like this, it's been a while, but Swarm Hosts, they are viable against Protoss, but specifically Swarm Hosts are typically a reaction to an Archon drop-based opener to charge out Archon. The reasoning for this is because that army is less mobile and it's more easier to get away with Nidus Swarms. With Nidus Swarms, with your Swarm Hosts up against Blink Stalkers, Swarm Host play can struggle. Assuming that it's Swarm Host. As Stalkers, they reveal themselves, they poke out. Jesus, he just commits. Yeah, throws down the pylon in the face of Demi, and Demi, he's in danger. He's in trouble here. K is not stopping. He's committing in. Behind this, he has 6, soon to be 7 gateways. So 7 gate setup. Oh, stasis goes up. I say 7, 8 gateways. We're bringing 8 stalkers at a time. It's going to be 3 base all in, 3 base all in, 8 gate setup. Mindle does commit. And Demi, he cannot make use of that infestation bit. Yeah, he's not going to be able to use it. It's not going to come into play. Now trying to go for a Hydroden, but too little too late. The base goes down. And Mindle can just keep pushing. A bit of a waste of a stasis trap there. But does snipe the Ravager. Ravager goes down. We have a fast hive. I mean, he's going to use the infestation bit, so he's going for a fast hive. He's crazy, man. He's crazy. Demi making 9 overlords. It was supply blocks. They're getting messy. And again, Demi had such a good start. He had such a strong start, killing the Nexus, but The 3 base all in, it hits too hard. So many stalkers. Demi just cannot keep up, bleeding out Lings, bleeding out Roaches, lost the 4th base, and here we'll lose the 3rd. As he does have 14 Roaches on the way, but oh my god. The final Ravager falls. GG gets called, and Mindle VK will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG will play. The Mindle VK he does take a lead in the series. Again, Demi, he had a nice start. He killed the Nexus of all things. Like, that should not be happening. But unfortunately, Demi, he was thinking too far ahead, right? Going for the infestation pits, in my mind, was going to be for the faster Swarm Host. Otherwise, we would have seen a faster Hydrogen if the plan was to go into Roach Hydra. So early infestation pits didn't quite come into play. We did need as much Ling Roach Ravager as possible, but Demi just didn't scout, didn't realize an all-in was coming his way. 8 gateways back at home. It's a lot of gates. 8 gates, lack of gas. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. Demi, he was caught with his pants down. The pants were down. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Saxon Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Mindle VK. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself. We have the Indian Zerg representing Match Arena Esports. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back. It is Demi. We go. As Mindle showing off that he's willing to be hyper aggressive, willing to go for 3 base all-ins if need be. You could argue that maybe he was forced into it because of his rough early game. Maybe he felt the need to do so. And now welcome to a smaller map. Welcome to Ruby Rock. We'll keep a closer eye on Mindle VK. We'll keep a closer eye on his gateways. We'll try to keep up. Oh. Mindle does poke in. Poke in, hatch gas full, standard opener out of Demi. And from here, the early game should be pretty tame. Again, when it comes to early game ZVP, there isn't really too much deviation. I'm sure there are chances, maybe opportunities to go for like proxy hatcheries, hatch blocks, some more earlier pool timings, for example. But again, that's quite rare. Quite rare. From here, we're waiting for our take of choice. Stargate opener out of Mindle. So Stargate, most likely into Oracle. Technically from here we can go into a Void Ray, but I'm not too certain if Mindo is that kind of player to go into Void Rays, to high tech, and to do something more crazy. If we were casting Hero, for example, it's like, okay, like Void Ray openers are on the table to go for a second Stargate, Fleet Beacon into a Tempest Rush, or to go for a faster Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts, or even an early charge. But Mindo doesn't really strike me as that kind of player. Did 3-way solo in last game, but again, very mid-game oriented. We'll see. This Mindo does poke in. Oh, to have to eat my words. I was like, he's not that kind of player. Nah, he is. So Void Ray opener at a Mindle. He will hunt down the Overlord. He will deny vision, deny scouting, and now suddenly the possibilities are endless. Behind this, he can go for a Fleet Beacon and a second Stargate. He can go for an early Twilight Council, or he can play standard. Mindle, he has options. He does have options. It's like, Pappy, I know how to Protoss. It's like, okay, fair enough. Fair enough, Pappy, fair enough. So Overlord is hunted down. Third base is being taken. We have a Demi moving out to attempt to counterattack, to attempt to punish. And can he force another cancel? Can he get another kill? He does get us around. Void Ray DPS is too low, and there is the cancel. Not a kill this time, but does lay the third base. Meanwhile, that is an early Robo. Okay, early Robo out of Middle VK into an early Forge, into a delayed Twilight Council. This looks like an Archon drop follow-up. We'll see. Curious. This could be a couple of different things. This could be early Immortal production, right? Early Immortal production, early +1 into like a Soul Train all in. This can be into a delayed Twilight Council. Yep, delayed Twilight Council into a Temple Archives, into an Archon drop. So early Robo, in my mind, Archon drop makes sense. We should be making the War Prism, Temple Archives lined up to morph in High Templar across the map to morph in those Archons, but we'll see. Observer first. Does go for the Observer. Lings A. Oh no! The wall's on the wall! Yeah, Lings A flood in, they get us around, Adept does fall. We're getting into the natural. And Demi slipping in. Does speak of a second Adept. Going further into the main. And he gets a little scout. Gets a little scout, confirms the Twilight Council, confirms the early Robo. At the same time, Adepts they do wreak havoc, 4 drones go down. And in my mind, we were going for a Templar Archives. We'll see if that's still the case. No. Whoa. Okay. Mindle, calm down, Pappy, calm down. What was the purpose of the Twilight Council? I would have. Okay, so in my mind, I think the plan was to go Robo, Twilight Council, Temple Archives into Archon drop, but because he just got scouted, time to hard switch, right? Time to shift gears. He just got scouted, delays his blink, going for a faster second Robo and a Bay into double Colossus production, into delayed Blink Stalkers. Okay. Let's go. Unfortunately, Demi's in the dark. Demi's not really fully aware of what's going on. Ooh, Demi doesn't care. He's going for his own all-in. We have Overlord speed on the way, typically indicative of a German taxi. Gonna be loading up. Has +1 ranges on the way. Getting into a more Roach heavy style. I'm getting mixed signals actually. We have Overlord speed, but Demi, he's just gonna scout. Okay, never mind. He's literally just scouting with it. He's getting Infestation Pit. Once again. Now, okay, I believe this pit is for Swarmhost. I know I said the same thing last game, but the game ended too soon, so he didn't really get to make use of it. I mentioned, if you recall, I did say something last game, how typically Swarmhosts are ideal against Archon Zealot heavy openers and compositions. And I wasn't really fond of the idea of going Swarmhost against Mass Blink Stalker. Based on what Demi scouted, this does look like charge into Archons. So in my mind, this is a reaction and he wants to try to go into Swarmhost play, but here comes the Overseer and now he will confirm what's really going on. He does get eyes on the double Robo.
Swarm forces under attack.
Yeah, now he reacts. He reacts with Infestation Pits, deviating away from the he throws down the Hydrogen, I should say, deviating away from the Infestation Pit, going for the fast Hive. Okay. Making use of his tech. Now, going into a fast hive does mean fast viper production, and vipers, they can be crucial. They will be crucial against Colossus. But I feel like Mindo's gonna hit first. He's gonna hit with +2. We have that +2 timing. He's gonna have +2 and 4 Colossus. And Demi's being too tech heavy. I mean, I understand what he's doing here. He's going into a lurker den, getting into hive, into vipers, into lurkers. This makes sense, but it's gonna take too long. Mindo's coming. He's coming back. Here comes the prism. Again, the prism is lined up with +2. He's soon gonna push. And I don't believe that Demi has enough to stop him. I feel like ideally Demi can maybe slow this down and go for a Marmite, go for a counterattack, and make sure that Minovacate doesn't push. But Demi doesn't have the army for it. And here he comes. Here comes Mindo. Ah. He's got 4 Colossus with +2. Jesus. It's a lot of lasers. It's gonna be a lot of lasers. We have gateways on the way. They're finishing up just in time for the move outs. Back at home, Demi, he's morphing in 4 vanilla lurkers. The lunkers are coming. The hive is a non-factor. It's not going to factor in. Oh. Locks down some of the drones. We have 4 lurkers in position, but there is an observer. Yeah, the observer's here. There's detection. 4 lurkers are not going to be enough, especially vanilla lurkers, or lair tech lurkers, I should say. So down to 3. Down to 3 lurkers. Down to 2. 2 lunkers left. Middle, he has to be careful with that observer. There we go. Does siege up down to 1. 1 lurker remaining. Vipers are going to be trickling in, but they need time to gather energy. Up to 3 lurkers, okay. Up to 3. Soon to be 5. Demi, he's holding. He's holding on. He's surviving. The Vipers, they will help. Again, they're gathering energy. Mindo does attempt to rotate. Now, personally, I do think that Mindo could have broken those 3 lurkers. I'll be honest. But Mindo, he's playing it safe. He rotates instead. I mean, hey, he does find some morphing in lurkers. Gets 1. Gets 1. Gets 2 of the Vipers. Nice pickups. Barely gets abduction and snipes 1 Colossus, but only 1. Oh, that snipes 2. Okay. Snipes both Colossi. Demi, he's holding his own. Barely holding his own. And can Demi stabilize? As the Prism does something to the main. Going for a massive warp in. The warp in will finish. Oh, yeah, we got slow lots. The slow lots are waddling in. And Army does push forward. Demi being pulled apart. Better choke point, better positioning here for Demi, though. How about the roaches? Yeah, these roaches are getting picked up. Oh, yeah. A lot of roaches go down. But Demi's holding. He's holding on. Now, as Demi accumulates more and more lurkers, his army is just getting better over time. Unfortunately, despite having the hive, there are no lurker upgrades, so lurkers are lacking. Speaking of, another lurker goes down. And again, the lurkers, they have worse range that they otherwise should have. When we're getting to Sky Toss. Okay. Strap yourselves in, baby. Demi's maxing. He's maxing out. He's up to 12 lurkers. Jesus. Now, can Demi counterattack, break out from this contain, and try to break some of the bases of Middle VK before their Sky Toss? Now, thankfully for Demi, there's only one Stargate. Likewise, he's already getting a Spire as well. Demi is in control. That's soon to be, as he's out of position. We'll lose the base. Expansion goes down. Demi's trying to get in control, I should say. It's getting there. As they'll take the southern base, and it will go down. Because I'm going further into the main. So the main army rotates, and where are the lurkers? There's no lurker in position. The lurker's just not rotating. Sebesdes once again getting on top of that base. Going for the Nexus. That's the hatch I meant to say. Does pick it up. Demi just cannot expand. He's stuck on 3 bases. Ay, ay, ay. Thankfully, Demi, he has accumulated a bank somewhat, but it's mainly minerals. Mainly minerals. Takes him. Building of his Hydras. Oh. Oh. And that's because here by Mindle. He gets a Viper. Again, that Sky Shot transition never quite happened. Just the mothership. And Demi breaks out. Oh. Does break out. Takes out one of the Colossus. Nice pick up. Yeah, nice pick up. That's a lot of lurkers going to town here on the Immortals. Getting 1, 2, 3 Immortals. And the Immortals are going down. Middle, can he break out? He cannot. Oh my god. Taking so many hits, so much damage. It's close. It's getting so close here. Middle, he cleans up every single lurker, just barely. Not the cleanest trade. We have more lurkers coming in. Ah, there are still more lunkers. Oof. Sniping another Colossus. No anti-air. Yeah, no anti-air. Free damage here with the mothership. Free damage. Get out of here. Okay, does pull away. Does pull away, sniping what, 2, 3 lurkers. Again, that was still a very messy fight. Very messy. You can see here, Mindo, he lost 6 immortals for 15 lurkers. Jesus. But hey, Demi, he double expanded. He's trying to double expand. He did retake that southern base. But he still can't take that northern expansion. Oh no! The boys are being pulled. He's crazy. Please have 7 more drones. Yeah, 7 more drones go down. And again, Demi just cannot rebuild what he just lost. He's down to 1 Viper. 1 Viper, down to 11 lurkers. So his army is much smaller. Has less tech. Has less utility. Surprisingly, again, Mindle, he's still not really taking to the skies. This entire time, he could be making like 1 Tempest at a time. He has that Stargate. But he refuses. Mindle committing here into a more Immortal-heavy composition instead, which can work. Going for the slow zone. No Overseer. Yeah, no detection. Overseer's too far back. Oh no! Oh my jeez. The punish. The Viper barely survives, baits the army into the lurkers. That's a lot of stalkers going down. That was 13 stalkers being thrown away. So there are some nice moments here for Demi, but Demi just has no economy. He can't sustain these losses. Now, if he can take another fight like that, though, then maybe. In comparison, Mindle, of course, has a booming economy, can rebuild, remax, is almost there. I am still concerned about the lack of switch into Skytoss. It is going to make it a little bit more difficult than it needs to be for Mindle. Rotate. Okay, can deny some mining. Let's go. The bunkers are moving in. We have how many? We have 20. 20 lurkers. Some of them were left behind. He's going to try to push into these lurkers. Bold move. Oh, actually does avoid them. Okay, never mind. Does avoid, rotates around. The lurkers are out of position. There's a slow zone. Make lapses in. Oh. Not quite. Just catching up with reinforcements. Free Hydras. Yeah, free Hydras going down. He just ignores the army. He just ignores it. Goes further in. Massive amount of overlords go down. And Demi is trying to keep up. He's coming. He waddles forward. Do you see what I see? I see no anti-air. I see 2 Hydras. Once again, the mothership could just get free damage here. Down to 1 Hydra. GG gets pulled, and Mindle VK will extend his lead 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. As again, Demi, he had a very shaky start to the game. If you remember, he initially scouted, went for the fast infestation pit. Then he realized with the rescout, oh, it's actually double Robo, double Colossus production, and that first +2 timing, that +2 timing with 4 Colossus almost ended the game, right? Like Mindle, he moved out, he broke out, he was able to break through the small line of lurkers, able to break the expansion, and Demi was barely treading water. It was just treading water from that moment forward. He never quite had momentum. There was some close fights, for sure, 100%, but the economy, the lack of bases was just killing Demi. Just couldn't keep up, couldn't maintain himself. GG. And with that, we're now getting into game 3. The pressure is on. Mindle, he's up 2-0, and we'll see if he can claim the series here and now. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top right hand corner here of Tourmaline, we have the blue Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming, leading the series 2-0. It is Mindle VK. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Indian Zerg player, we have the red Zerg representing Matcherino Esports. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back, we'll see if he can recover and make a series out of this. It is Demi. Here we go. So we are getting into game 3. So we are on match point. Now welcome on to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is a much smaller map. The map will smaller map, shorter resistance by ground. We'll see how Demi adjusts, because every game so far it feels like a similar style. Early Roach Warren into a fast infestation bit time and time again, but it feels like Demi hasn't really been able to get into his own build, into what he wanted to go for, both in game 1 and in game 2. It's been Mindle that's been crazy. Game 1 going for a 3-base 8-gate all-in. Game 2, Mindle VK, he went for a faster Robo into double Colossus production into +2. Into that +2 timing. What do you have for us here for game 3? As Mindle has been chaotic. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, so from here we're just waiting for our tech of choice. Interesting pylon placement a little bit further back. This does mean it's gonna take that much more effort for the Overlord to go in to scout the hidden tech. It's gonna be Stargate, and we'll see if middle goes for a Void Ray opener 2 games in a row. Remember, last game it was a Void Ray into his earlier tech, into his Robo, Forge, +1, into +2, into double Colossus production, eventually. I still feel like the initial plan was to go for a Twilight Council into Templar Archives, otherwise why get the Council so quickly? Or when he did. But we'll see. We shall see. See what the plan is this time. Middle does throw in a shade. Commits into the main. And does get 1. It's 1. Can we get 2? Ooh, barely not. So 1 drone goes down. Could have been a lot worse. And this time it's going to be the Oracle, not the Void Ray. Okay. Oracle opener out of Mindle. Demi will confirm. Scott does confirm. Once again, Demi, he moves out to delay the 3rd. He's getting in position. Oh, that is going to be a Twilight Council before attempting to expand. Okay, so early Council. Early Council. Usually this is indicative of Glaives. Usually Glaive Adepts. Technically this could be Charge, but leaning more towards Glaives here for Mindle, as Mindle does take the linear 3rd. Takes the linear 3rd base. Demi breaks in, pulls away. Demi still has that Overlord, but he does not check the natural. And Demi doesn't know. Doesn't know what's going on. I don't see a Forge. Shows the Glaives. Oh. That's a little awkward. Going into Blink instead. Okay. Okay. Early Blink. Now, early Blink, no Forge, feels kind of weird. This does mean that this isn't going to scale as well into the mid game. Oracle gets in, gets 3 drones. In my mind, I feel like we need to go for a Gateway Explosion. We need to bring it back to game 1 and go for like an 8-gate 3-base all-in, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on the Gateway counts. So far, getting into 4 gates. Nothing major yet. We're waiting for extra gateways. But again, this is going to finish so quickly. Meanwhile, we do see Demi going for the safety Roach Warren, once again taking a bunch of gases, going for the lair. In my mind, Demi's going for further tech. Spire, Hydrogen, Infestation Pit. What's it going to be? As here come the extra gateways. Okay, we had the... Speaking of 8K 3-base all-in, yep, there it is. 8 gateways. Now, based on the setup that we have and the lack of Forge, lack of +1, we might even go up to a 9th gateway proxied across the map. But regardless, it is an all-in. So Minova K is going for the 3-base all-in. Ooh, is that a kill? Cancel. That is going to be a cancel on the hatchery. Demi, with all these gases, is going Roach into Hydra. And it's going to be a tough hold for Demi. It's going to be tough. Eyes are on this probe. Where's the pylon? Ideally, wants to set up here in the center of the map. Ooh, the probe is going to get caught out. Here come the initial Stalkers. That's force a cancel. There you go, pylon on the left-hand side. And on the right. Okay. All the proxy pylons. And it looks like there's no gateway alongside this. So it's going to be slow warp-in, slow reinforcements. More Stalkers have arrived. Remember, these Lings, they have +0. No upgrades. Vanilla Lings. Those pushing through. Once again, he's been trading well. Catching up the queens. Oh, getting the overlord. Never mind. It does beat out a stalker. Here comes our proxy gateway, so that is a proxy 9th gateway, so 3 waste 9 gate all in. And Hydra's going down. Yeah, expensive losses here for Demi. Leading at Hydras. Losses that Demi cannot afford. Lings are being shut down. And so far the control has been decent here from Mindle. Again, has to preserve those stalkers. So hold on to those links. Yeah, so far so good. Pushing further in, blinking away, stays strapped behind us as well, just in case. And Demi, he has been broken. Yeah, Demi's been broken. The boys are being pulled. Desperation. As Demi, he will lose every single Hydra. Yeah, the Hydras go down. Stasis on the Zerglings. Now Middle can just blink in. Now he can blink forward. He can chase. He can give chase. He's still playing safe. Yeah, he plays safe. GG gets called, and Mindle, he will take the series 3-0, knocking out Demi. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Mindle VK. He will claim the series. Again, hyper aggressive series here by Mindle. We saw this build twice essentially. It was a 3 base 8 gate all in with a 9th gateway towards the end. To be fair, Demi unfortunately was being a little bit too greedy. Against these kind of all-ins, it is crucial that you do have a link heavy composition just to buffer for your Hydras. As we tried to get into that, remember Demi, he was being denied the 4th base. That was another big factor. His 4th base was cancelled multiple times, which meant that he had less lava to work with, which meant he had less lings to work with. Less lings, less army, less buffer. Those Hydras that were so exposed, so vulnerable, and once the lings ran out, that was game. That was game then and there. As you cannot afford to lose that many Hydras in that defense. And GG. GG, well played. Again, hyper aggression by Mindle does claim this series, and with that, Mindle VK, he will advance on into the next round. As we get ready for our 3rd series of the broadcast, we have 6 best of 5s. It's gonna be a lot of best of 5s, man. We have six best of 5s ready for you, and we're getting ready for another PvP. So if you remember earlier, Sebesdes did take down Hydra, went all the way to the ace match, went all the way to game 5, but Sebesdes did pop off. And we're going to be following Sebesdes into his next series, into the next round. It is going to be another PvP, but this time Sebesdes versus Shameless is up next. Is going to be up next. Let's go. And then we'll catch up on the brackets. We'll catch up thereafter. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the yellow Protoss player, with the yellow Protoss himself from the land of Czechia, representing Team Roddy. It is Sebesdes. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Go. Again, my condolences to Demi. He was able to hold his own, and especially game 2, I feel game 2, Demi did look the most impressive, surviving as long as he did, but I feel like Demi, he never quite had any momentum against Mindle VK. But now we do have a very different matchup, and coming into this Shameless, he is the best Protoss player in the tournament, straight up. I mentioned this previously in the previous OSC, Elite Rising Star event, but when it comes to the top players we typically look at, it is Shameless for Protoss, it's Young Yakov for Zerv, and it is Percival for Terran. But as I mentioned, Percival, he did graduate, so Percival, he graduated out of these tournaments, so now I'm really looking at Shameless and Young Yakov and looking to see if anyone can stop them. Can anyone stop Shameless? Can anyone stop Young Yakov? Oh boy. I feel like there are a few. There are definitely a few heavy hitters in the bracket, and I feel like Sebesdes is one of them. But now they're 2 gate. 2 gate opener out of Sebesdes, 2 gate opener out of Shameless. Probe scouts are coming in, looking for the second pylon. And Shameless will find it. So in chat, wait, Percival graduated out of Rising Star. He did. That is why Percival is not in the tournament. Is not in the event. Graduated. Same with Nicaract. Nicaract, he also did graduate as well. Which is, I mean, on the one hand, congratulations to both Nicaract and Percival, but on the other hand, it is a bit of a shame because it does mean that we have a less Terran representation in this event, as they would be the top 2 Terrans typically to go far. No, it all lands on Baby Marine now. Ah, no. Yeah, so now we do have our Robo opener out of Shameless. Going for his Robo, likewise, we do have Shameless dipping in for a Scout, confirming the bases, and trying to get eyes on the tech. Typically with a Robo opener, it does lead into heavier Immortal counts, so Immortal counts early on, into a more defensive style early on. Sebesdes applying pressure. I'm loving the use of the hallucinations. Yeah, it does poke in, does hope to tank. Takes down the first sentry, nice pickoff. Sentry goes down. Ooh, and Shane was being bullied here early on. Yeah, bearing in mind that he did not get extra warp-ins, not behind this. Being bullied back into his main, waiting for his warp-ins, and eventually he can break out. Going for his own hallucinations, let's go. But honestly, a nice start. A nice start. Sebesdes, he was able to pick off a pylon, pick off a sentry. So nice pickoffs here by Sebesdes as he does pull away. And behind this, getting into Blink. Blink from one player, we have the Warp Prism from the other. With that Prism, Shameless can try to get across the map, can warp in some Adepts, can find some counter damage. Shouldn't Shameless have graduated by that rule? No. Percival, he graduated due to his performance, I believe, in the OSC Season 13 Championship. I believe Percival, he did place higher in one of the more premier events. And that's why he graduated. Hold on, I'll have a look at the Season 13 Championship bracket. We'll see Season 13 Championship Liquipedia. As I mentioned before, the Immortals are amassing. We see Shameless threatening a dive with those Adepts, but so far he's zoned away. So nice defense here by Sebesdes. Zones away the Warp Prism. Adepts, they get dropped off. Again, 2 Adepts, they can still one-shot, and they will find some damage here, delaying the third. Trying to. Clutch third base. Yes, so if you look at the OSC Season 13 Championship, Percival, he got top 10. He got top 10 in that event. He actually did place slightly higher than Shameless. So based on that placement from Percival, that's why he graduated. He got top 10. Fun fact, Shameless got top 12. There we go, Sebesdes, he does that. He does move out. Yeah, it does break out, bearing in mind he has Blink, and we'll see if he can break Shameless. Shameless, he does have those Immortals. He has his own defensive Blink. Barely pulls back, saves the Stalkers, does pull back, the base taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. He wants that Nexus, he wants it. It's getting low, and it's gonna get it. He's gonna get it as well. The base will go down. Sebesdes has to get the hell out of here. Going back to Prism, does pull away. Does pull away, does pull out. Not a bad trade here. At the same time, he does defend against the Adepts. Sebesdes bleeding out 5 Stalkers for the Nexus. That is worth it. From here, getting his own base up and running, having a greater economy, greater production. So the pressure's on Shameless. Now, what does Shameless have? He's about to have 4 Immortals. He might just be forced into an all-in. That's going to be a lot of Immortals here for Shameless. He will eventually break out. There's also a window in time where Shameless will have +1 over his opponent. True. that window. Says top 14 on season championship or Wikipedia. Negret got top 14. Oh, there you go. There you go. He did. Oh. So this is when the M pokes in. Get 6 probes. Does we got 6 workers. Oh. Likewise, Shameless gets across the map. So this does rotate back in. And rotates back in, picking up a pylon, depowering gateways, recalls back home. So far, nice moves here by Shameless. But the one thing that I'm concerned by here is that we're poking the bear. Right, we're poking the bear. Shameless has been building up this army. Charge is now done, and we should be seeing him move out soon. He does have his prism. Main army comes together. Sebesdes is still being very active. Coming to Shameless. Okay. I mean, there are no Archons, true. You know, Archons defensively. Mass Zealot can trade very nicely here against Shameless. It's getting into the Immortals. The Immortals are exposed. Netflix in. Oh, good. Nice pickup. Yeah, he'll pick up there at the Shameless. Gets one. One Immortal goes down. And barely gets the other. And there's 2 left. Only 2 left. More Zealots are trickling in, and Sebesdes is going to overwhelm. Zealots overwhelm, takes down the Prism. Prism goes down. Zell stays trickling to the mineral line, 12 probe kills, and Shameless, he's being broken. He's being broken. GG gets called, and Sebesdes takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Does take a lead. Oh. Hold on. Un momento. But GG, well played. But yes, that is correct. Sorry, I was looking at the OSC Championship earlier, and based on the rule sets, Shameless also placed high enough, I believe, to graduate as well. But I'm not certain. I'm not certain. I'll ask Eddie, and we'll see what the rationale is for that. I'll ask old mate Eddie, as Sebesdes does take a lead in the series, does take the first game, and with that, we're getting into game number 2. And again, Shameless, he was building up this army, he was building up this high immortal count. As we were emphasizing, though, there were no Archons alongside the army, unfortunately. He had no good answer against the Mass Zealots. Zealots did an amazing job when it comes to tanking, when it comes to tanking shots, when it comes to buffering for the army as well. That's typically why, as you tech up in PvP, you do need those Archons, you need some kind of splash damage. Archons, or you could alternatively go into Colossus, for example. Like, that's more of a niche reaction and a niche response, but something. With that GG well played. With that, we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the yellow Protoss player. We have the yellow Protoss himself from the land of representing Team Brody from the land of Czechia, leading the series 1-0. It is Sebesdes. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. We go. So we are going to be settling in. It's possible that maybe Eddie overlooked Shameless. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. As now we have a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Shameless, 2-gate opener out of Sebesdes. Are going to be opening up. Oh, hello. As Shameless, he does move out with the probe. Okay. Does move out. And it's setting up for the proxy. Now, based on its placement here, we could commit. It'd be a little bit awkward for a fake proxy pylon to be in the center of the map here. So eyes are on Shameless. Oh, on 2+ occasions. Oh. Okay. There you go. Squad invite if you have won 7 times last 3 years. Yeah, I know that. I believe that that's a new rule, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there's a new ineligibility condition, which is you kind of won 7 Rising Star events the last 3 years. Yeah, which I feel like is not a bad rule, especially considering that a lot of the rules that a lot of the eligibility rules for OSC were based on regionals that don't exist anymore, right? Like we don't have those regionals anymore to kind of like filter out top players from certain regions, from DreamHack Masters in the past. So it does make sense to like kind of adjust that. For now, though. For now, we're going to be settling in. Again, Shameless going for the Proxy Robo. 1 base all in out of Shameless. Meanwhile, Sebesdes, he did scout. He did confirm that a pylon was missing, and he's setting up back at home. We do have additional shield batteries, 1 in the main base, 1 in the natural. Sebesdes did still go for the Nexus, though, and he does not yet have his own defensive Robo, going for a 3rd gateway. So a bit of a late reaction here from Sebesdes. It's going to be a difficult defense. It's going to be difficult. Shameless does rotate. Oh. Yeah, it does rotate into main base. Thankfully, there's a shield battery in position. Sebesdes so far is keeping up. So far, so good. The Immortal's on the way. Shameless, he is rallying forward with set Immortal. So far, nice force fields. Again, it's all about buying time. Sebesdes just has to buy enough time here. We have the Stargate on the way. From there, we can go into a Phoenix. We can go into a Void Ray. Typically, Phoenixes are ideal to shut down the Prism and to lift the Immortal. We'll see if we can get there. And Shameless cannot find a way in. Gets a Stalker. One of the Stalkers. Phoenix is on the way. As you mentioned, ideally the Phoenix is there to lift the Immortal, to CC. But there's still so many Stalkers. And once again, Sebesdes is buying time. We've got 2 more shield batteries on the way. Let's go. But the DPS apple just isn't here. He's got Mass Sentry to buy time, sure, but like, what? Sure, he can lift an Immortal, but where's the DPS? Where's the damage? Stalkers, they rotate down. There's 3 Immortals. Oh, God. Yeah, there's too many. Too many Immortals. Only 1 Phoenix. With that, the Phoenix is going to be targeted down. God, barely survives. Boys are being pulled. And Sebesdes is getting desperate. He does get desperate. Lifts 1 Immortal. Immortal goes down. As well as every single worker here. Does only the Prism. Prism does survive. The Immortals, they punish. They punish the Stalker. Sebesdes is going to be fully back. And Shameless, he breaks through. He's done it. He has broken Sebesdes. As I mentioned before, which is a brutal force field. Brutal force field. GG gets called. And Shameless ties up the series 1-1. GG. As I mentioned before, it was just a really rough opener when it came to Sebesdes to still have the earlier Nexus, to still have the earlier expansion. It was a later reaction and a later deviation there from Sebesdes, so he just was lacking the army to work with. Sure, he had a base, sure, he had some shield batteries, but again, the damage output wasn't there. He didn't have his own defensive robot, didn't have his own immortal production, and likewise was lacking in those stalkers. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're tied up here, and we're getting into game number 3. So I apologize for the lack of out-of-game score. There we go. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the yellow Protoss player, the yellow Protoss himself from the land of Czechia, representing Team Roddy. It is Sebesdes. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Saying the rules 7 times in the last 3 years seems a bit silly to me. It seems, I would say it's very, it's a very specific rule, and it does feel like it's targeting a certain player for sure. I would agree that I do think that a more like generalized rule, even if it does still stop Young Yaku from playing, is probably better. Like a more like rule that maybe is a little bit less specific, that does make more sense. It's a little bit hard, like yeah, it is a little bit hard to construct said rule though, again, just because there are no regionals anymore. Like you could maybe try to incorporate placements in other tournaments, other OSC events, maybe. But even then, a lot of those, a lot of the other open cups are dominated by the top players, and these players don't really get as much shine. So it is difficult. As now, Shameless going for the fake proxy pylon. Let's go. Does go for the fake out. Oh, did I open predictions? Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. Okay, there we go. There we go. A little bit late, but if you're in the chat, it is Gamba time. Predictions are open and place your bets on who you think will claim the series. I mean, we're tied up 1-1, so no clear favorite yet. But Shameless is coming in as the more favorite player for sure. As I mentioned before, when it comes to an event like this, we look at players like Young Yakov, like Shameless to go far in the event. But we'll see. We'll see if Sebesdes can hold his own. Already is able to tie things up and does go for a Stargate opener. Okay. Sebesdes is going for a later probe scout. Does open up Stargate. We can see Shameless again going for the fake pylon, and Sebesdes doesn't even scout. Doesn't even get into the main. Oh, hello. Shameless going for his own robot back at home. Now, Ruby Rock is small enough that Shameless, he might just still go for a one-base all-in anyway, without the proxy, as no one has scouted each other. Sebesdes, he does find the fake pylon. Does find the fake pylon, will shut it down, and this might lure Sebesdes into a false sense of security. Might lure him in. Oh, Shameless does catch one of the stalkers. So fine, nice pickup. Sebesdes has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. This is going to be forced back. We have the Prism on the way. At the same time, Oracle gets into the main base and there's nothing in position. Yeah, no shield battery, no stalkers. Probes aren't going to go down. And Shamelessly pulls away. Yeah, he pulls away the main army, losing up to 4, losing up to 5 probes. Up. Barely gets 5 towards the end. Nice damage here by Sebesdes. Shameless getting caught out. Wasn't attentive. And Sebesdes takes a lead. Oh, wait, what? Am I crazy? Did Sebesdes have a base on the way? Did he? Yes, Sebesdes, he cancels going for a gateway and a robot, forcing himself into a one base all in. Getting another battery. Potentially misreading this? I mean, yes, there is a Robo 1 expansion, but Seamus still took a base. Still took a natural. Sebesdes is getting more damage. Dips in. Gets 2 more probes. Not bad. And this is getting messy. Yeah, it's getting very messy here. Sebesdes is now expanding. He is ahead, but he's about to lose that economic lead. So far, very nice catch. Nice force field catching out 2 more Stalkers. 3 Stalkers go down. Seamus sees in danger. He's in trouble. Oracles, they commit. They have on top of the sentries. Getting 1, getting 2, getting to 3, 4 sentries. Oh my god. Yeah, all 4 sentries go down, and Sebesdes, he's going for the kill. Going for the kill, going for the throat. Oh, but he's lacking extra Stalkers. Never mind. Yeah, lacking those Stalkers. Bleeds out Oracles. Immortal does get hunted down. Sebesdes is so close to breaking Shameless. So close. Not quite able to. And again, my concern here is the economy. Sebesdes is now down in workers. Down in economy. Does at least have Blink. Nice pickups. And the game is slowing down. We're calming things down here again. Blink is still in favor of Shameless. We have a very delayed Twilight Council for... Sorry, very late Twilight Council for Shameless. Blink is in favor of Sebesdes. As Blink is halfway done, being chronoed as we speak. Sebesdes can still pull this off. At the same time, the 2 adepts, they make their way into the main. Be dropped off. So far, no major damage there, only just 1 probe. 1 probe goes down, and we'll see if Sebesdes expands. So far, Seamus is staying on 2 bases, getting extra gateways, intentionally so, of course. Building up on his 2 bases. Sebesdes will take his 3rd. And Sebesdes doesn't have to push in. 2 more gates on the way, 2 base all in. Yeah, Seamus is just going for the 2 base all in, choosing not to expand. He's going to double down. Seamus is committing. Ooh, meanwhile, Sebesdes could blink into the main. There is an opening. I guess eyes on the main army. Commits to the shade, blinks into the main. Going further in. Won't find any damage though. Never mind. Yeah, pokes in, pulls away. Sebesdes, he didn't see the high amount of gateways, but he confirms there's no base, right? He's aware there's no expansion. There's no nexus. So they'll stay shaded into the mineral line. Catching up 5 more probes, 6 more probes even. Oh, 7. And here comes Shameless. It's all or nothing. Alright, what do we have? 3 Immortals, 17 Stalkers. He has the War Prism as well, so he can juggle his units. He has that extra micro potential. Sebesdes needs a little bit more time for charge. We saw Sebesdes pop off in game 1 with that earlier charge timing, but now we have slow lots. Sebesdes does collapse in. Trying to go for the Immortal, but the Shameless, he just has too much. Yeah, far too much here. Breaks roll the Zealous. Charge now finishes up, but it's too late. Yeah, too late for charge. Shameless chasing him down. Breaking the expansion. GG gets called, and Shameless, who will extend his lead at 2-1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, Sebesdes, he had some nice moments here, containing his opponent, getting some early economic damage, but it was a really messy early game, if you remember. I could be crazy, but I feel like Sebesdes was getting a natural, then he cancelled. He stayed on one base instead, got extra tech, and yeah, did fall behind. And in the end, he was outscaled. He was trying to work towards charge, trying to work towards the mid game, but didn't quite get there. GG. GG, well played. With that, Shameless does take a lead, and we'll see if Shameless can close it out here and now. Oh boy. And in the end, as spawning in the top left-hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the Blue Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss himself, representing Team Little Fairy, leading the series 2-1. It is Shameless. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the yellow Protoss player, representing Team Roddy from the land of Czechia. It is Sebesdes. Here we go. Again, it's been a very chaotic, been a very aggressive series so far. Players are building up. I'm just checking. No, yeah, Sebesdes, he did expand. Okay. I was just checking the replay because I'm like, I swear I saw Sebesdes get a natural, and he did. He did take his natural, then he did cancel, and then stayed on one base. Crazy, that'd be crazy. So just a really rocky start there for our yellow Protoss. Hello. As Sebesdes, he does veer off towards the right hand side, going for the proxy pylon. He's going for the proxy this time. For the first time in tonight's broadcast. True. Even against Hydra, Sebesdes, he was not cheesing. He was not proxying. Now, based on this location, this could still be a Stargate. We could see a Stargate Oracle into the main. Otherwise, Robo would be also on the cards here. Take him into an all-in. Yo, meanwhile, big shout to Sian in the chat. God, baby God. Thank you so much. Oh, there we go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast. Hope you had a great time. Fala galera. Fala galera. Obrigado. Sian. Bienvenidos. Alright, there it is. Proxy Robo. One base all in by Sebesdes. Meanwhile, Shameless going for a Stargate opener himself. It's going to be a messy defense. With this, he can go for an earlier Phoenix, I suppose. Can make defensive Void Rays. Not ideal, but they can help. But first, he has to realize what's going on. You can see here that Shameless, he's aware that there's a pylon that's missing. Scouting bottom left. Checking the gold location. But he will not find the proxy. He is searching, though. I'd have to say shade past each other. Sebesdes does have a full wall. Ooh, Sebesdes, he gets in. Uh-oh. That should not have happened. Yeah, shades into main base. Probes are going to be going down. Losing 1, 2, 3 probes. Ay. Okay, rough stop for Shameless. Losing another worker. Yeah, 4 probes go down. Immortal gets scouted. Shameless down nose. He's throwing down shield batteries. Shameless reacting hard. And he eventually finds a proxy. So now he's aware. Back at home, he does at least force Sebesdes to keep 2 stalkers in the main. So that is kind of trap supply. No. Sebesdes does run away. At the same time, he has high conversion and go for the pylon. And Sheamus is buying time for his own immortal. He's trying to buy time. Shields are triggered. So trying to push up. There's still 2 shield warriors behind us though. Yeah, Shameless is pulling off his defense, holding onto the ramp, and Sebesdes is transitioning into Blink. Okay. I mean, again, both players are still in one base. Sebesdes just has to preserve all these stalkers. So far, he's only lost the adepts. Hasn't lost any stalkers yet. So unsteady. Does get the gateway. Gateway goes down. Shameless down to 2. So Pylon is going to go down to the Oracle. And I'm curious to see if Sebesdes expands. He can't. Never mind. I was like, does he expand? He's fully walled in. He's fully walled in back at home. Prism is back home. I believe this is to lift up the probe to expand. As Sheamus is breaking out. Yeah, probe is in position. And now the pressure is going to be on Shameless. Suddenly, Shameless is the one that's one base all in. Sebesdes backs up. Blink is now done. Revelation doesn't quite confirm, and Shameless also expands. Okay, we're just slowing down. We're just gonna macro out of this. Shameless not too far behind when it comes to his own base. Ideally, Sebesdes would have delayed and would have contained Shameless longer, but he fails to do so. Fails to do so. Sebesdes does have the more mobile composition. He can try to dive into the main. He does go for it. Does go for the gateway. Nice force field. Force field ramp. Locks down one of the immortals. Oh, nice save. Sheamus does pull away. Does save the immortals. Sebesdes pulls back. Shameless, you soon have 5 immortals. Oh my god. The immortal count's too high, Pat. It's too high. Yeah, Sebesdes still trying to break him. Dropping into the main, trying to force a distraction. Sebesdes breaks in. Gets a stalker. But last delayed mining. Yeah, delayed mining here at the natural. Sebesdes does fall behind economically. Shameless already fully saturated at his own base. Sebesdes still getting there. Ooh, and we're getting a little bit desperate here. Dark Shrine. DTs are on the way. Now, the problem here is that Shameless already does have a robo. He has a robo, he has access to detection. There's no observer yet for Shameless. Oh, no, never mind. There's one. Observer. Despite that, you can still find some damage. There's still potential for Sebesdes. As he's still locked into his main. Sebesdes doing what he can. Piece of a probe. The immortals are somewhat exposed, and he does get one. Barely. Barely takes out one. Oh god. It takes out one immortal, but he will lose 5 stalkers and the war prism as well. Yeah, GG gets called. Sebesdes, he does get outscaled, and Shameless will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shameless will claim the series against Sebesdes. Initially, he did have some momentum, was able to contain, but as we mentioned before, the goal there would have been for Sebesdes to expand and keep Shameless on one base for as long as possible. Unfortunately, Shameless broke out. He broke out pretty quickly, so Sebesdes didn't actually have the base advantage, didn't have the economic lead that he wanted, and we saw that Shameless was just able to outscale, having the greater army and a comparable economy. GG. GG, well played. With that, Shameless, he will claim the series, and now we can take a break from the non-stop PvPs. We can take a break, as we do have a very chaotic series up next. Not the first time they've played, and the last time they faced off was in a Tuna Cup like 2 months ago, and it was amazing. I feel like these two, they have a lot to live up to. It's going to be HonMonO versus HackerIsTop. HackerIsTop, of course, is a random player. HonMonO is also random in his own way. He's an animal, and it was a treat. It was a treat last time. It was beautiful. They went all the way to the ace match last time, and it was pure chaos, pure nonsense. Let's go. For now, though, we're going to be coming to a break. We're halfway through the broadcast. We just wrapped up with 3 series, and we have 3 more ahead of us. After the break, we have HonMonO versus HackerIsTop. Look forward to it. Do look forward to it. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Oh. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of the broadcast. Welcome back to the OSC Elite Rising Star 17.5 day number 2, a tournament designed to showcase the rising talent in StarCraft 2 from all around the region. And I didn't quite get to do so last time, so let's catch up on the bracket, on the players, on where we are and where we are headed. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Again, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at it yourselves. The bracket is live, and it does take some time to get through as well. This event usually does take place over the course of multiple months, around like 2 months, around 2 or 3 months, depending on the progression of the players, of course. But I should also emphasize that's typically in the standard event, which is double elimination. That also does kind of elongate the games and elongate the broadcast, I should say, as there are so many more matches. Here it is only single elimination. Only single elimination. Oh. Zoom momento as I do set up. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Bam. Okay, from the top we do have Shameless. Shameless takes down Sebesdes 3-1 and does advance on to face off against the winner of HonMonO and Hackers Top. It is a pretty stacked bracket, and it's likewise pure best of fives, a lot of games, a lot of matches. Scrolling down, Mute takes down Rebellion 3-2, waiting for the winner of Inexorable and Mini Zerg in a TVC. We'll be broadcasting that series later on in the evening. We have Yang Yako versus Minuvike. Minuvike, of course, just took down his opponent, just took down Demi to advance on to the round 16. We have Lemon took down Ragnar 3-1. We have Jumy versus Creature, and we have Lelix versus MJG. I saw a lot of games, a lot of matches. Again, single elimination, and we do have a bronze match as well. Pure best of fives. Coming up ahead of us, we have 3 series left. We have HonMonO versus Hackers Top, Inexorable versus Mini Zerg, and Jumy versus Creature. 3 series left here tonight. And up next is going to be HonMonO and Hackers Top. Oh boy. It's going to be a treat. It's going to be a treat. For those who are unaware of the players, HonMonO, he is the most aggressive and the cheesiest Terran player in South Korea. The cheesiest player in South Korea. He's an animal, baby. He's an animal. He goes by many names, of course. Meanwhile, his opponent is likewise a player that does also nothing but cheese. Nothing but cheese, nothing but aggression. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom-hand corner of Celestial Enclave, we do have the Ukrainian random player. The Ukrainian random, we have the purple random, as he does land on Zerg. Representing Hokago T-Team, it is Hackers Top. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the pink Terran representing Team Hyper 1. It is HonMonO. He's cooked, pappy. He's cooked. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we expect something chaotic, as we expect something wild. Already, we do have an early gas. Early gas into early pool into a delayed hatchery. Again, Hackers Top does nothing but all in. Purely 1 base all-ins, 2 base all-ins. Do not expect to ever get a macro game out of Hackers Top. Likewise, HonMonO is a little bit more diverse depending on the matchup. Against Zerg, he's more macro. Against Protoss, he's pure cheese. Against Terran, a little bit of both. So he does kind of adjust depending on what race is up against. For now though, ooh, we do have a triple Rax opener. Let's go. So we have a 1 base all-in out of HonMonO. Meanwhile, 1 base play out of Hackers Top. Gas is still being mined. We're leaning towards a Bane Bust. Continue gas income, continue gas mining. So link speed is already on the way. We're expecting either a Roach Warren or a Baneliness alongside this. And I'll be honest, I do favor HonMonO here, because HonMonO is going for a 4-axe setup here on 1 base. 4 axes. That's going to be a lot of axes, a lot of bio, a lot of DPS, and typically 1 base versus 1 base, the Terran player will outscale. They will outscale. Ooh, Roach Warren, not Baneliness. Okay. Does go for the Warren. This I do like a little bit more. Roaches can be very efficient against Marines, especially this early on. But we'll see. We'll see how we do react, how we do engage, bearing in mind that we do have a potential pocket base, so it's harder to scout. Overlord is going to be zoned away. Can he get away? No, he cannot. Yeah, he cannot get away. The pillar is so close, yet so far. The Overlord does get hunted down. Forcing another Overlord out of Hackers Top. Hopefully he doesn't lose another Overlord though. Yeah, Overlords are being spotted. One of them does distract. The other, get the hell out of here. Does put away. Gonna have to go 360 turn. Again, as we tried to emphasize, HonMonO, he's not a macro player. Like, we expect hyper aggression from both players throughout this entire series. If you're unfamiliar with the players. Again, he's the cheesiest Terran in South Korea, Pappy. Aye, aye, aye. Yes, here we go. Let's go. As the boys are being pulled, bearing in mind that the Serverlord will not scout. Because of the mineral wall here on the right-hand side, you can actually sit by without being scouted by the Serverlord. So Hacker Stop, he doesn't see, he does not know. He's unaware. As the boys are soon to arrive. Likewise, Ravagers are now morphing in. Yeah, they're morphing in, collapsing in the army. Oh, wild. Oh, does graze the SCVs. But we come in for this round. We locked down one of the Ravagers. Yeah, he gets one. One Ravager gets surrounded. Likewise, only one left. The boys are being pulled. The boys versus the boys. Let's go. But there's just so many Marines. So many Marines. And with that, HonMonO, he will overwhelm. Takes down all the drones, the Queens, and the Ravager as well. And with that, HonMonO, he'll take a lead. He'll take a lead in the series, catching every single Overlord as well. Hackers up down to one Ravager. Oh, no. One Ravager left. Ah, he's got 3 roaches. True. But he's cornered. He's cornered. He's pinned. There's no way out of the pockets. No way out. Now, technically, he can make use of the Broodlings, I suppose, but back at home, we have mining, right? There's still mining, there's still SCVs. Yeah, HonMonO takes down the Ravager, takes down the Roach, there's 2 Roaches left. Down to 1, down to 0. GG gets called, and HonMonO, he takes a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Chaos here, but once again, 1 base versus 1 base, we did have to favor our Terran player here, going up to a 4x 1 base all in out of HonMonO. Again, we saw that Hacker's Top with a 1 base setup cannot really scale too well against that, but we'll see how things adjust. Remember, remember Hacker's Top is a random player, doesn't have to land on Zerg, can land on Terran, can land on Protoss. Let's go. Let us go. Regardless of what he lands on, he will go for a 1 base all in, or he'll go for cheese of some kind. True. Well, let's go. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Mothership, we do have the Ukrainian random player, the Ukrainian random representing Hokago T-Team down in the series, but this time rolling and landing on Protoss. It is Hacker's Top. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the pink Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Team Hyper 1, leading the series 1-0. It is HonMonO. Here we go. Little side passage for the boys. Yes. Again, because of that passage, you can slip by unscouted. That's applicable to multiple all-ins that do feature pool in the boys. Like a Zerg drone pool as well, also applicable. Alongside a 12 pool. But here we go. Hacker Subby does scout top right. He will confirm. Does find HonMonO's spawn location. Does scout, does confirm. Now HonMonO, of course, is aware that Hacker Stop is playing Protoss. Bit of an overreaction. But the probe is not going to get out. Yeah, the probe gets hunted down. Probe does fall back, and we have a 2-gate opener already, something unorthodox. 2 gateways already. Delayed expansion. Delayed base here. From here, we can go for the cyber core. We can most likely stay on 1 base, but a hyper-aggressive start here by Hacker's Top. Now, the problem here for Hacker's Top, this almost feels like a hard counter. This is almost applicable to both players, but Hacker's Top, he thrives against a standard player, right? If he's up against someone that plays normal, that plays macro, that does open up in a more normal way, then he can pop up. He can try to catch them off guard and try to overwhelm. The problem is that HonMonO is not a standard player. So we'll see how we compare. So far, economic opener though. Racks expand out of HonMonO. Single gas opener. We'll see how Hacker's Top does pieces all together. As the probe confirms the CC. Gets eyes on the reactor. Does open up double Stalker. And is rallying across the map. Hacker is top, he's going to commit. As we have extra Stalkers on the way, so he makes 2. He's got another 3rd and 4th Stalker being rallied across the map. Meanwhile, what is HonMonO up to? Second Rax. Second Rax delayed Starport. From here, we can go into a 3rd Rax, into a 2-base all-in. So leading heavily here towards 2-base play. Yep, there it is. 3rd Rax is on the way. 2-base all-in out of HonMonO. This typically does lead into HonMonO pulling the boys. You can pull the boys alongside this, going for an early stim timing. So HonMonO, he's already telegraphing his plan here for game 2. Meanwhile, Stalkers get behind the mineral line. And mining is being denied. Gets a Marine, but the Stalker takes too much damage. Yeah, too many hits here. 1 Stalker goes down. Gets 1. Gets 1. Bad. And we'll get the other as well. Oof, hefty losses here for Hacker. Top, he does have 2 more Stalkers on the way. Once again, avoids the bunker, gets behind the mineral line, and this time he will get SCV kills. There we go. SCVs are going down. Remember, there's no more Marine production. HonMonO, he's out of units. He's out of army. He's got 2 Hellions and mining is being denied. So not bad here by Protoss. Takes off another Marine. Gets another SCV. Yeah, 5 SCV kills. And we're still rallying, by the way. He's still rallying. He wants that Hellion. He wants it. Oh my god. Takes off an SCV. Oh, but the Hacker sub may have overextended. Yeah, he's overextended here. Hefty losses, losing both sentries. Both sentries and a Stalker. He's still rallying, by the way. He's still rallying, but yeah, heavy losses. 2 sentries go down. Hacker's top, he has not gained momentum. He was hoping he could. He was hoping he would. And HonMonO holds. HonMonO does hold on. It was a shaky defense. In the end, he lost 6 SCVs, 2 Hellions, 5 Marines. But those are also some hefty losses for Hacker's top, and also late natural, late expansion. Hacker's top from here, going for another gateway, getting to blink. Meanwhile, HonMonO, he's working towards stim and building up his tank count. So both players are building up on 2 bases. We're setting up. So they poke in, that happens up with the tank. If he can get it, it's going to be worth it, but here come the repairs, and he does barely bring down the tank, but it's going to cost him 4 Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. At the same time, Hellions, they get into the mineral line. Probes are lighting up. No! Oh my god, they light up. 10 probe kills. Not like this. 10, 11, 12 probes go down. It wasn't a bad trade to kill the tank, but now it's going to cost him the entire mineral line. 12 workers, and there's nothing here. There's nothing left. There's 1 probe mining at the natural. Critical damage. Hefty losses. And HonMonO is just chilling. Just chilling back at home. He did lose a tank, so he has to rebuild his tank count. It's going to delay the push. It is going to delay HonMonO. But there's no rush. To be honest, there's no rush for HonMonO. The Hellions, they have done enough. Done enough damage. Hacker's top, he can make his way into the main. Does blink in. As he moves in, HonMonO, he moves out. SCVs are going to get picked up. 3, 4, 5 SCV kills. Jesus, getting up to 7, 8. I mean, again, this is nice damage, don't get me wrong. The problem is that Hacker's top lost 12 probes earlier. This is not enough. It's a good start, though. It's a good start. Meanwhile, HonMonO gets across the map. No shield battery. Yeah, no battery. Marines, they stim, and they win. The stim, they just stim in. They take down the sentry, the Stalker, the Zelt. There's nothing left. Gets into the mineral line. We have the recall back home. And once again, we're going to get, what, 7, 8 probe kills. Trading with the Stalkers. Hacker's top. He was just now recovering. He was just trying to recover, Pappy. But once again, no mining, no economy. Down to 30 probes. And here comes the main push. As 3 tanks lay on siege. This will hit with combat shields. The boys are being pulled. As we mentioned before, from the beginning of the game, he was telegraphing a 2-base all-in, and here it comes. The 2-base all-in is here. As HonMonO, he does rush across the map. Oof. He gets spotted, and again, there's not much to slow him down. As Hacker, so he does pick away the SCVs. It's 3, 4 SCV kills. Trying to slow this down. Behind this, charge is on the way. We got 2 zealots. Let's go. That's getting within range of the robo. Yeah, the robo, the production, the tech. He might even deny charge. Everything gets depowered. And HonMonO cannot be stopped. Once again, the boys are being pulled. Doing what he can. HonMonO just target down the Twilight Council. GG gets called. HonMonO takes a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. It does take the 2-0 lead here and is 1 game away from claiming the series. Meanwhile, Hacker's top, again, just having a bit of a harder time here. There was some nice moments, don't get me wrong, like getting into the mineral lines, killing some SCVs, even that blink into the main base, killing 9 workers. That was good, don't get me wrong, that was amazing. Unfortunately, the defenses back at home were lacking, losing a mineral line after mineral line. So many workers went down that game for Hacker's top, so despite the damage he was dealing, it wasn't enough. Was not enough. And with that, we're now getting into game 3, potentially the final game of the series. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the Ukrainian Protoss, or the Ukrainian random player. The random player, this time rolling and landing on Protoss, representing Hokago T-Team down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back. It is Hacker is top. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Pink Terran, representing Hyper 1. It is HonMonO. Cooked, man. He's cooked. HonMonO himself. Here we go. Once again, he's going to be playing against Protoss, and we'll see how he does adjust, how he does react. Welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is a much smaller map than the map pool. Shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored, and we'll see how HonMonO does adjust, if at all. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes for another 2-base all-in, but HonMonO does like to mix it up. The builds, at least. So probe is revealed. Our last game we had a 2-gate opener. We'll see if we go for a faster cybercore or a more standard build this time. And the answer is yes. Oh, never mind. 2-gate opener once again. So just like last game, the goal here is to pump out and chrono out stalkers to rally across the map and to gain momentum. Unfortunately, last game, as you saw, even though he was dealing some damage, he got caught out, he overextended with the sentries, and he never really gained the momentum and the pushing power that he was hoping he could achieve in game 2. So it was a rough start for Hacker's top. We see the same build. Meanwhile, HonMonO going for the early tech lab into what should be early Marauder production. Now, what is the goal here? The goal is to catch the first gateway units, the first couple of gateway units. Marauders, they can trade very nicely here against Stalkers, against Adepts. HonMonO, he's hoping the Hacker's top is going to be aggressive, and he's reading them well. He doesn't even scout, he's just assuming. Just making that assumption. And he assumes correctly. Oh, this is different. Okay. Hacker is up. He does vary things up here. It is 2-gate opener, but now we have a Twilight Council on one base and what should be a proxy gateway as well. Okay. Marauder moves out, ideally hiding in the tall grass, so we can get the first shot off. Yeah, we'll get the first shot off. More Marauders are on the way. Here comes a proxy gateway. HonMonO getting a third CC. Oh, he's crazy. He's getting a third CC. Yeah. Hyper greed out of HonMonO, but he does get some first shots off. Does catch the first Stalker. Very nice start for HonMonO. As the first Stalker goes down. HonMonO, he does draw first blood. Charge is on the way. But again, Hackerstop is going for a 1-base all-in. A 1-base all-in against a 3cc Terran. HonMonO just being far too greedy here. And he still doesn't know. Yeah, he still has yet to even confirm whether or not there's a base. DT. Sure, why not? Dark Shrine as well. This I'm a little bit less fond of. There's going to be triple CCs and triple orbitals, so plenty of scans. Of course, Hackerstop doesn't know that. So nowhere, but he gets caught out. Yeah, another Stalker goes down. Ay. And these Marauders are just pulling the army. He does scan up on the ramp. Oh, going for the force field. HonMonO, he does see the sentry. Oh, let's get out of here, and he gets locked in. It does get locked in. These Marauders, they should be cleaned up. Nice force field here by Hackerstop. Gets us around. Oh, but still does bleed out the sentry. Uh-oh. No, does he get away? Yeah, he gets away here again. There's no range DPS. Zelda just cannot keep up. Charge is not done. There we go. Marauders that get punished. Charge now completes. Can Hackerstop pull this off? He's getting a 4th CC. He's getting a 4th CC, Patty. He's lost his mind. Oh no. He is cooked. Oh no. HonMonO, calm down, Pappy, calm down. I feel like this is illegal, right? This is illegal. 1-base all-in against a 4cc Terran. Like, no shot HonMonO gets away with this. He's getting 2 bunkers. True, 2 bunkers. He's making 1 Marauder at a time. He's got 5 Marauders in total. DT waddles in. HonMonO, he does scan. It does have 1 scan. And he's about to have another. 46, 47. Again, almost enough energy here in the main. Almost. There it is. He won't have a scan for quite some time, though. That was the last scan here for HonMonO. Can Hackerstop break through? Let's go for the bunker. Bunker taking a lot of damage. But there's a repair. Turret's on the way. And it's all or nothing. Yeah, Hackerstop, he's all in. He has to break through, takes down the first bunker. There's one left though. Yeah, there's still 1 bunker left. Bunker barely does go down. But is it enough? Is it enough here? There's still, what, 4 Hellions. And HonMonO holds. HonMonO, he's holding. He's holding with 4 CCs back. Let's go. Oh, no. Gets so much greed out of HonMonO. Again, that CC could have been 2 more Raxes and could have been extra Marines, and this could have been a cleaner defense. He's getting into mech. He's meching it up back. Ah, no. He had an army behind this as well, morphing in Hellbats. I mean, hey, that's an answer to the Zealots. True. It's an answer. The Hellbats waddle in. Again, Hackerstop just running out of steam, running out of army. Sure, he's got the 1 Archon. He does kill the Mineral Line. There's no WCS Game Heart, so 20 SCVs go down. True. Does cripple the economy. Scan, checking for a base. There's no Nexus. But technically, HonMonO doesn't need that natural. He's got plenty of CCs, plenty of orbitals. He's going to try to float down. No shot that's meant to be a planetary, right? Is that what that is? Is he trying to morph into planetary? Este HonMonO. So natural is forfeit. Yeah, now floating back. Now he's floating back. He's building up Widow Mines. Okay. I assumed it was going to be Battle Mech going Hellion Cyclone, but no. Hellion Widow Mine. And the Hackerstop expands. Okay. Do we macro from here? Do we? No shot. Does the game slow down? Do we macro? I mean, hey, HonMonO, he's contained. He's contained. He cannot move down. As the Mind Shields do connect. Hacker's top bleeding out some units here. HonMonO attempting to expand, but hey, Hacker's top, he's somewhat in position. He's checking. Yeah, he's scouting for proxies, scouting for ninja bases, making sure there's no hidden CC. Oh, he mules. It does mule Hacker's up. He scouts. He sees. He sees the CC. He should deny those mules. That's a lot of fresh mules. Por favor, papi. He sees it. Ah, he's a little bit distracted.
Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, tunnel vision a little bit too much. That's free damage there. Por favor. As Hacker's up, he's getting away with it. Sorry, HonMonO is getting away with it. Getting away with it. The mules, they will run out. Hacker's up fixated here on the main army. As he isn't really achieving what he wants to here. The goal should be to contain the Terran on one base, but that's not happening. It's not happening. Does he notice? Oh no, he's going for... HonMonO going for more ninja bases. More CCs. As we have ninja bases on the way. Oh, trying to force friendly fire. Let's go. Softens up those Hellions. As Hacker's top is on 2 bases, now getting to a mortar production. As I think he may have just noticed. Hope so. Okay. As HonMonO now taking his natural, and Hacker's top, it looks like he's going to commit in. He's going to commit in. Tanks on siege! Oh no! Yeah, tanks on siege. Shots some eye shots. Ooh, forcing friendly fire. That's a lot of SCVs going down. SCVs do fall. Hellbats are being targeted. Nice focus right here on the tank. It does get one. And tank goes down. Hellbats as well. Hacker's top does outtrade. Yeah, trades HonMonO. Diving on the final tanks. Can he get the final tank? There's one left. One left. 0 remaining. And Hacker's top, he may have just done it. May have just done it. Not the cleanest game. Planetary did more fin, but the Planetary goes down. The Immortals, they hold their own. Ghosts are being chased down as well. And we gotta keep going because HonMonO is mining, papi. He's mining. Keep going. Don't stop. Keep going. And there we go. With the Warpins, with the reinforcements, Hacker's top, he's done it. At this point, he has done it. He's gonna make a series out of this. Again, HonMonO just too greedy, investing into all these CCs. He's mass muling. He's crazy. No, is he gonna make Hacker's top hunt down these bases? No shot. Yeah, Hellions is spawning in, tank gets shut down. And again, HonMonO, he'll lose control of his main, he'll lose control of his production. He has mining, and that shouldn't really matter though. Should not matter. Again, just too much greed out of HonMonO. Too greedy. Gonna have one Hellion. And no, he's going for the Great Migration. No shot. Okay, we're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna... As finally we deny mining here. HonMonO, he's making a starport, top right. Making another starport, bottom right as well. So it's making 2 starports. He's gonna float away his buildings. With this, he can try and go into, say, Cloak Banshee. Like, Cloak Banshees have potential, especially because there's no detection for the Protoss, right? No, there's an Observer. Never mind. There's an Observer. CC does catch fire, so eventually it'll go down. HonMonO now finds out that there's other bases for the Protoss. And we are attempting to go into Banshees. He's trying, Pappy. He's trying. HonMonO, he has no gas. We got one Banshee on the way. HonMonO, he finds another base, another Nexus. And Hacker's Top, he finds him. There it is. GG gets called, and Hacker's Top does put a point on the board. We have a series. We have a series. GG, Pappy. Ay, ay, ay. But again, so much greed out of HonMonO, going for a 4 CC setup against a 1 base all in. That was crazy. And again, instead of a CC, that could have been a second Rax. That could have been a third Rax. That could have been 2 more Raxes, extra Marines, extra army, extra production. HonMonO, he was insanely greedy here when it came to his defense, and in the end, he was punished. He was punished for that greed. He almost got away with it. True. I was concerned that Hacker's Top was allowing, and he was allowing more mining to occur than what should have been happening there. So HonMonO, he had a bit of a boosted economy, but still not good enough. Let's go. Here we go, as we are now getting into our next game. Going to be loading into Taito Citadel. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Taito Citadel, we have the okay. We have the Ukrainian random player, this time for the first time this series, rolling and landing on Terran. Okay, representing Hokage T team, it is Hacker is Top. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the pink Terran representing Team Hyper 1. It is HonMonO. Proxy 2 racks. Okay. We do have the Proxy 2 racks here. Wait, as I don't think he's actually aware of what's going on though, of his opponent's race. But here we go. The Raxes are coming. Throws down the Raxes right in the natural of Hacker is Top. Right in the natural. Hacker's Top going for a double gas opener. Double gas leads into a faster factory, into a delayed CC. That means that Hacker's Top he will not scout. He will not scout the natural. There's a very low chance of that happening, which means these Raxes, they're going to get up. Oh boy. They're going to get up, Pappy. They're going to get up. And again, against a player that doesn't expand, this is, honestly, it's going to work well. It's going to work well for HonMonO. Just because of the lack of scouting, lack of expansion, lack of vision. As this should be 2x Reaper. Meanwhile, factory's on the way. Marine as well here for Hacker's Top. Oh no, sorry, he's going for a bunker rush. Huh. Who do we favor here? On the one hand, yes, HonMonO, he's going to try to set up bunkers and contain. On the other hand, Hacker's Top, he's got a factory on the way. From here, he can go into tank production with the tech lab. He can eventually break out. But he only has 1 Marine. True, he went Marine first into Reactor. Only 1 Marine. No. Oh my god. Yeah, the wall is up. Yeah, the wall is up. SCV gets hunted down. HonMonO, he was trapped in the main. But Hacker's Top, he has to be so careful with that 1 Marine. As he's losing SCVs. Losing 1, 2, 3 SCV kills. That's a kill in the bunker, not a cancel. But again, there's no army. There's only 1 Marine. Again, the add-on here. No, the Marine goes down. Marine goes down. There is 0 army units for Hacker is Top. He's got 2 Marines in production as we speak. But HonMonO is actually, he's outproducing. He's outproducing here. He's outproducing, gets into the main base, denies the bunker, getting his own. The boys are being pulled. Can we pull off us around? Nice stutter stepping. Nice stutter stepping out of HonMonO. He kites back. Gets 8 SCVs. 8 SCV kills. Hunts down the Hellion. And again, Hacker's Top, he just has no units to work with here. He's about to have 3 Marines, and that is not good enough. The bunker's almost done, within range of the production. So he just camped the production. Ah. And GG gets called. HonMonO takes over the main, and HonMonO will claim the series at 3-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to HonMonO as he will claim the series. He will advance on. My condolences to Hacker's Top, but he made for a very entertaining best of 5. That's always the case with these two. They're both animals. They're meant for each other. Shaking my head. But GG, well played. And again, at least Hacker's Top was able to take a game, was able to make a series out of it. At least we did have somewhat of a back and forth here. GG. With that, we're going to be getting into our next game. So, my apologies. Hold on. There we go. So, congratulations to HonMonO. He does claim the series, and that leads us into our next best of 5. It is going to be a ZVT between Inexorable and Minizerg. Oh boy, I'm excited. I don't think I've ever, maybe I've casted Minizerg once, I think, maybe like in an OSC King of the Hill, but I have rarely been able to cover him just because I don't really cover too much European StarCraft, or specifically the Monday Night Weeklies. So I haven't been able to see too much of him, and we've been seeing results from afar, and he has been improving quite steadily over the past couple of months, right? Over the past couple of months, he has been steadily improving. Definitely has caught my eye, and we'll see how he compares to a more veteran of the scene, to an Inexorable. Let's go. Let us go. As we are getting into game number 1. And spawning in the top right hand corner here of Tourmaline, we have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the yellow Terran. Oh, it is Inexorable. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Ukrainian Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Hokago T team. It is Minizerg. Minizerg UA. Here we go again. Teammates with Hacker's Top. True. They are teammates. They're both anime enjoyers. Shaking my head. Every time. Este Hokago T team. They're a team full of VTubers, anime enjoyers, and panty enjoyers as well. God damn it. These goddamn weeps. As we're settling into our best of 5, we're settling in. From here, Inexorable is the more veteran player, of course. He is still an up-and-comer. True, especially from the Latin American region. Nowadays, Inexorable, he has proven himself to be one of the best players in Latino America. Top 3 alongside Master and alongside Eric when it comes to Brazilian players and Brazilian performers. Inexorable, he is also one that did rise through the ranks over the past couple of years. If you remember, he kind of was taken under the wing of Vindicta and Future. So he was being coached by them, was being kind of built up by them. This was what, like in 2022, 2023, 2022-ish era of StarCraft. Relatively recently. And Inexorable, he shot up into GM, he shot up into the semi-pro scene, and has still been slowly kind of working his way through that. Meanwhile, Double Gas opener out of Inexorable, going for a faster factory against a Zerg. Wait, what? One base all in? What? Wait, HonMonO's not playing anymore. What's going on? If you're in the chat, predictions. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Meanwhile, I'm a little bit in shock here just because double gas openers are never seen against Zerg. He's going for a one base all in. He's going to catch out the first Overlord. Yeah, I mean, Zerg, he will scout nothing. He'll see nothing. He'll know nothing. As it's going to be zoned away. And again, we have our one base 1-1-1. From here, we can even do something crazy, like go like one base BC or something crazy like that. Factory's floating. Inexorable, he wants that Overlord. He wants him. He's gonna get him. Minizerg going for a hatch gas spool into a third. Standard build so far. The Minizerg, he has no idea what's going on, but he sees the floating factory. That's a tell. Like, there should not be a factory this early in the game. So something is wrong. Something is clearly wrong here. Minizerg alarm should be blaring. They should be flaring here. So now that he saw the factory, he now in his mind knows that there's a high chance of one base all in. As we assumed, yep, one base all in, one base BC. One base BC here by Inexorable. In Minizerg's mind, this could be, I was gonna say it could be one base like Hellbat, but the Rex was, sorry, the factory was floating. Like the factory floating confirms that it's not gonna be Hellbats. So in Minizerg's mind, BCs should be at the forefront. It could be BC, it could be Banshee. It could be like a weird like one base 2-on-1. But we need queens. More than anything, we need queens. Drop is coming. As Inexorable, he does attempt to boost across the map. Catching out the Overlord. Catching out the Overlord. Ideally wants to pick off some of the queens. Does give chase. Widowmine does set up. Getting into the middle line. Drones are going to go down. Coming for some friendly fire. Gets a queen. One queen goes down. Does not borrow that Widowmine. Nice control here by Inexorable. Nice control. Goes to the queen. Oof. And won't quite get it. Yeah, won't quite get it. Inexorable going to be forced back. He does kill 5 drones and a queen though. And here comes the BC. Here comes that battle cruiser. How many queens are left? 4. Soon to be 7. 7 queens. That should be enough. Assuming they have transfuse. Assuming they are injecting quite heavily. A lot of injects. Minizerg, he does find the Marines. Here comes a teleport. Here comes a BC. Oh no, the low HP queen. No. Yeah, the queen is going to go down. Lings they get shut down as well. The boys are being pulled. And the all-in has arrived. The all-in has arrived. The queen goes down, so there's a mineral line. We have 6 queens left. Oh, the BC needs support. He cannot fight the queens on his own. The BC does need support. And there's no transfuse energy. Yeah, that's what I was concerned by. There's no energy for transfuse. The boys are here to repair. Does get a queen. Gets 1. Ooh, he gets 2. There's 3 left. There's 3 left. 3 queens left. Oh, there's 1 transfuse. He lands 1. Oof. But all the queens are going to go down. Yeah, he's going to get every single queen. The BC, barely. 1 queen remaining at the same time. Leaves here for the counterattack. They get across the map. Final queen goes down. 0 mining in the natural. Now, you saw what 1 BC could do. What about 2 BCs? Oh, that's a late second BC. That's a very late second BC. It only just now began. Uh-oh. Jesus. Yeah, BC does teleport back home in time. Teleports into the vent. Banelings are rolling in. Minizerg with the counter rolling. Can he Bane Bust? Can he break through? He's trying. Yeah, he's getting into the mineral line, and Inexorable does pull away. Barely pulls away. So far saving the SCVs. There's still 2 Banelings chasing. Uh oh. No, they're stacking! No! Oh my god. They stack. Massive connection. And with that, Minizerg, he's done it. He's done it. He breaks on through 15 dead SCVs. 17. 17 SCVs go down. And Inexorable, who's so close. Still so close to breaking Minizerg, but he's failed to do so. Minizerg, he has a 30 drones back at home, a 2 base economy. He's fine, Babby. He's fine. There are now 2 battle cruisers, true. There's 2 BCs against only 4. Oh, there's only 4 queens. There's only 4 queens, Pat. 2 BCs can kill. Here comes the Yamato, gets 1. 1 queen goes down. There's no transfuse. Second queen goes down. There's 2 queens left. There's 1 transfuse available. Yada. Down to 1 queen. Inexorable can still win this. He's got 12 SCVs, but he can still win this game. The BCs. Here comes the second teleport. And remember, he has the Yamato. He can Yamato the queen. Yamato on the spore. Yamato's the spore, takes down the queen, takes over the natural. Minizerg with the counterattack. Back at home, there is no wall. Ooh, there is no wall. Lings, they slip into the bases. Remember, these BCs, they teleported across the map. They cannot teleport back home. Yeah, boys are being pulled. There's 1 Marine to defend. Heavy losses for Inexorable. BC's getting... Oh, can he get it? Oh no, can he get the BC? The flanking queen. The queen is coming in. Oh my god. The BCs are so low. The queen goes down. The queen falls. We have 1 drone mining here on the right hand side. We have 9 drones in the main. Lings that keep flooding in. Teleport's about to be available though. Yeah, the teleport is about to be available. Yo, clutch medevac. Saves the SCVs. There's a teleport back home. Okay, teleports will clean this up. He will clean up all these lings. And we have mules. Mules are pretty good. Okay. Okay, we got 7 SCVs. We got 1 mule against 17 drones. And Minizork, he's redroning. He's redroning. Another SCV goes down. Up, gets another. 2 SCV kills. Okay. Now, the scary thing here is that there are still 2 battle cruisers, but it takes some time to heal them up. It's going to take some time. How many queens can Minizork make in that time? Because if he fails to build up his queen count, then he can just teleport across the map, Yamato the queens, and then do it all again. Remember, he has Yamato. That's the scary thing about these BCs. 2 BCs that have endless possibilities, and there are 0 queens. No, shot. There's 0 queens at the moment. There's about to be 2. That's not enough. I think Inexorable wins. Unironically, I think he wins. Like, he gets across the map, Yamato's both queens. There's 2 spores. Sorry, there's 3 spores. But he can Yamato the spores as well, right? It'd be wiser to Yamato the spores. Yeah, here he comes. Again, there's only 2 queens. Takes out one of the spores. Remember, he has 2 Yamatos. He has 2 Yamatos available. Here they come. He's going for the spore, going for the queen. And yeah, he's done it. Like, again, there's just not enough anti-air. There's nothing. There's 1 queen. There's 1 queen and 3 spores. He can defend the main. Nah, there's a position here. Yeah, the spore's out of range. 2 BCs, badly. They're gonna kill the lair. Oh, they do come too close to the sun though. Yeah, miscontrol. Miscontrol of the BCs, taking a lot of damage, more than they should have. But the lair will go down. And honestly, he can kill every base. He can kill every expansion. There's a Spire on the way to make a couple of Corruptors. Lings, his defense is back at home. Yeah, he's done it. Inexorable. He's done it, back. He will kill every expansion. Again, with the Spire, he can make a couple of Corruptors, but the reality is that Inexorable has an economy. GG gets called, and Inexorable takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Oh my god. GG, well played, papi. Ay, ay, ay. Very close, very clutch, very intense game here. For a while, it could have gone either way. Minizork, he did a great job counterattacking, right? Like, when it came to his Lingbane counterattack, he was crippling the economy, and Inexorable, he went down to 9 SCVs at one point. Almost 7, I want to say. We're down to at least 9 SCVs. So again, Minizork, he was doing a lot of counter damage, but unfortunately, he was losing queens, right? At the most, he had 7 queens. He had 7 queens, and I thought that was going to be enough. 7 queens would be enough to defend against the BCs, but Yamato was a big factor. And more importantly, if you remember, when it came to the first defense, there was no transfuse. We did take note of the fact that Minizork, he was injecting quite heavily. There were no transfuse, so even though he had 7 queens, without any transfuse, he couldn't hold his own. He eventually lost every single queen. GG, well played. You could also argue that Minizork was maybe overconfident with his queens and should have fought with his spores, like should have been a little bit more conservative and respected the BC and pulled back with the queens and made sure he was always within range of the spore. I don't necessarily blame him for being overconfident. Again, 7 queens is a good amount, but he was picked apart. GG, well played. Whew. With that, we're getting into game number 2. Going to be loading into Ruby Rock. Let's go. Here we go, and spawning in the top left-hand corner here of Ruby Rock, we have the yellow Terran player, the yellow Terran himself. We have the Brazilian Terran. leading the series 1-0, it is Inexorable. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner. Bottom right hand corner here we have we have the Ukrainian Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Hokago T team. It is Mini Zerg. Here we go. Let's go, baby, let's go. Your one base BC rush works at the highest level. I mean, we have seen Gumiho go. I was gonna say we've seen Gumiho go one base BC. We've seen Gumiho go two base BC. Like he's won games. We've seen Gumiho. We've seen who else? Quanta. True. Quanta. He's pulled off two base BC as well. Like it does work. At least those variations specifically. One BCC works at the highest level. It does. Yeah, sure. I see some people being quote-unquote highest level. I mean, as is being stated, like Inexorable, he's like what, the top 1% of players? Like, unironically, you might be like, yo, he's not like Clem, he's not like Maru. It's like, true, he's still like, again, one of the best players in the world, comparatively to, of course, the rest of the populace. Kind of clown will scoff at that. Be like, huh. Wouldn't work against Hero, wouldn't work against Cyril. It's like, sure, I guess. Like, what are you gonna do? Play against Cyril in the ladder? What are you talking about? What are you? Aye. Clowns, baby, clowns. There we go. Here we go. That was pretty silly. Yeah. It was nonsense, baby. It was nonsense. It was beautiful. There you go. Yeah, from here we do have this time a much more standard opener. Rax expand into Hyper Greed. Okay, Inexorable going from one extreme to the other. Game 1, one base all in. Game 2, Rax into CC into a very fast third CC into a 3 CC 3 Rax. This is a TVP build. Okay. Hyper Greed here by Inexorable. Now, if Minizerg would have scout, if he would have scout and recognize what's going on, going for a Roach all in, going for a Bane Bust will kill. It will kill Inexorable because of how greedy he's being. Because of this build, delay on the factory, delay on the Hellions, delay on the tanks, delay on even Stim, delay on the bio, because of how late the second Rax is. So again, this is just a hyper greedy build here by Inexorable, and we'll see if Minizerg can punish. If he fails to do so, then Inexorable, he will snowball out of control in the mid game. With a faster third CC, that means faster 2-base saturation, because he's going to be making 3 SCVs at a time, extra mules, and faster 3-base saturation. So again, this is going to snowball out of control in the mid game. So Hyper Greed, the pressure's on Minizerg. Currently, the Overlord is being zoned away. Marine is on patrol, and Minizerg, he will fail to scout. Double eBay as well. Again, you do not get greedier than this. There was a game, if you remember, it was on Radiz's Station. Radiz's Station, it was Spirit versus Solar, where Spirit went 4 CC. He went 4 CC before Factory. So this is on the level. This is not as greedy, but Spirit, he has done one better than this, and Spirit did beat Solar. That was crazy, by the way. That was but Radiz's Station is different, right? Radiz's Station has a pocket third. So you could make an argument to be that greedy on Radiz's Station. Here, this is still wild though. It's still crazy. 3 CC before second Rax. So not quite as greedy as Spirit, but still but still crazy. I do want to say that I think we've seen like Maru mix this in. Yeah, Maru, he mixes in. It was Maru versus Solar. That would have been in Rongi Cup. That's it. So if you watch the Rongi Cup group stage, Maru actually did this build against Solar. It did not work. Solar did punish. Solar did Bane Bust. He did Bane Bust Maru and did punish him. That was maybe 2 weeks ago. Just under 2 weeks ago. Just under 2 weeks ago. I do recommend that if you missed it, Maru versus Solar in Rongi Cup. And Solar scouted and punished. Here, no scout, right? Based on what Mini-Zerg has seen, he's seen Mass Marine. In Mini-Zerg mind, it could still be a 2-on-1, right? It could be a 2-on-1, it could be a 3cc 2-on-1, it could be a 3-Rax. Third base is now being taken, and Mini-Zerg, he has not confirmed. So behind this Mini-Zerg, he's just droning, saturating. Mini-Zerg is playing standard, which means Inexorable, he's gotten away with it. He's gotten away with his build. Very smart follow-up. He can deny the scout with the Marines and make minimizing Mini-Zerg paranoid about another cheese. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, based on what Mini-Zerg has seen when it came to the opener, with limited information, it could have been a 2-on-1, it could have been a 3cc 2-on-1. Like, in Mini-Zerg's mind, it shouldn't immediately go to, like, fast third base. So now Inexorable's getting saturated. Once again, as you mentioned, once his third base gets up and running, that's when he can start to snowball ahead supply-wise. Mini-Zerg back at home, going into his own Ling Bane Hydra. And yeah, he did go, went into delayed Evo Chambers as well. So there's going to be a big window here where Inexorable also has an upgrade lead. 1-1 is done. 1-1 just now began for Mini-Zerg. As Mini-Zerg, he went for a faster lair into a faster Hydra Den. Interesting. This is also something that we've been seeing a little bit more of as of late, is fast Hydra Dens. Usually you do delay and skip your Baneliness though. So again, very fast Hydra Den, a more Hydra heavy composition. You can go one step further here and try to take up into fast Lurkers. But we'll keep an eye on Mini-Zerg. He's setting up Ling Rumbais. As Inexorable moves out, Mini-Zerg can move in. And does hit the third. Oh no, actually trying to come in for a surround. Uh-oh. There we go, does rotate back around. Inexorable's in position. Ooh, catching up two queens. Aye. Yeah, two queens get caught. So Lings, they do flood into the natural. And they can potentially get some SCVs. Nice reaction here by Inexorable, not losing a single Marine. I'm sorry, single SCV I meant to say. SCVs are saved. Up. Banelings, they don't quite connect. No major connection in the center of the map, and nice Ling run by. Inexorable's out of position. Losing two SCVs. And Inexorable, he does keep up. Losing two SCVs so far. 2-2 is on the horizon here. That's going to be the big timing here for the Terran. He's getting into 2-2. Is he A-Raxing? Oh my god. He is. Jesus. And he's going into an A-Rax. Yeah, A-Rax is a 3-base all-in, essentially no gas. No gas here at the third, no second factory. 2-2, 12 Marines at a time, 3-base all-in, no add-ons here on the extra 3 Raxes. It's all or nothing for Inexorable. It's an A-Rax off of a hyper greedy build. This hits so insanely hard. And we'll see if Mini-Zerg can survive this. We'll see if he can survive the all-in. Again, 12 Marines at a time. Now, of course, the downside of this build is because there are limited tech labs and because it's pure Marine production, there's no Marauders. There's no Marauders. Obviously, there's no tech. There's no extra gases. There's no Ghost Academy or anything like that. It means that if Mini-Zerg were to survive in towards Lurker tech, then he can shut this down. But here comes the Terran. Okay, here comes the Terran. Pushing through the center. Double drop is distracting. Inexorable, he does start a 4th CC back at home, so he does have kind of a way out, but he still has no extra gases. Here he's trading well. Trades well, picks up, does lose one meta full of Marines. One drop left. And this is a nice setup here, but Inexorable is not really threatening anything. He's denying creep, but he has to push into some of the bases. Speaking of, catching up the Banelings. The Banelings that collapse in on the right-hand side. Not enough Banelings. Yeah, not enough Banelings. Only 2 Banelings left. No, yeah, no Banelings remaining here. The Hydras are exposed. Marines, they stem in. And Mini-Zerg, his supply crumbles. His supply does crumble. He has 0 Banelings left. And Inexorable, he can stem, and he can win. Again, A-Raxes, they hit so hard, especially with the boosted economy. And with that, he sims on 4. GG gets called, and Inexorable takes a lead in the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, hyper greed from Inexorable into a 3-base all-in with a boosted economy. So insanely powerful 8 racks there from Inexorable. Unfortunately, Mini Zerg, he was playing very blind. He was playing very blind. He was not aware of what was going on early on. And likewise, it looked like he hadn't confirmed the build and the follow-up of Inexorable either. As again, we didn't have any further tech. We had a fast Hydrogen, which also does hurt. You need as much Ling Bane as possible. Investing that quickly, that heavily into Hydras doesn't really... it's kind of like you're building up into a later game. A later game that isn't going to exist. GG. GG, well played. Whew. And with that, Inexorable, he is 1 game away from claiming the series. We'll see if Mini Zerg can recover and bounce back. Once again, just touching on that build though, if Mini Zerg were able to confirm the opener earlier on, then all-ins would kill the Terran. Like we saw that from Solar. As I mentioned, Maru versus Solar less than 2 weeks ago, same build out of Maru, but Solar scouted and Solar did punish, going for a Bane bust, was able to break Maru early on and just claim the series. Do recommend it. But a lot of it is based off of scouting, right? It's based off of what you're able to determine and confirm what's going on. But let's go. Let us go as we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the yellow Terran player. We have the yellow Terran. We have the Brazilian Terran leading the series 2-0. It is Inexorable. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player. Sorry, yeah, the blue Zerg player himself, the Ukrainian Zerg representing Hokago T team. It is Mini Zerg. Here we go. See in chat, if Mini Zerg turned all of his Hydrogen into lurkers, even villain lurkers, I think they could help him keep him alive. Yes, as we mentioned during the cast, the downside of Inexorable's kind of build, because it's an all-in, because Inexorable's going for an all-in, it doesn't scale well into ultras or lurkers, depending on which one you tech towards, but you have to survive and you have to get there, and you have to have the wherewithal to know to get there as well. As I mentioned, I don't think Mini Zerg was able to recognize just how committed and how all-in Inexorable was, to be able to recognize that, you know, rushing into lurkers or rushing into that kind of setup would benefit him, right? He did have a fast Hydrogen, but as we saw, it was just for a heavy Hydra count early on, which doesn't really help. But here we go. Here we go. Yeah, it also doesn't help that was on Ruby Rock. I should also emphasize that Ruby Rock is a smaller map, so these kind of all-ins and these Terran pushes hit very quickly. They hit even faster than, say, on Winter Madness or on White Rabbit, for example. There are other larger maps where you have more time to react and more time to respond. Less time on Ruby Rock. Less time. Similarly, welcome to 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet is also one of the smaller maps in the map pool, shortest rush distance by ground compared to the other maps in the map pool as well. Aggression can be favored here. It's a bit of a give and take. I will say that the bases are close together. True, the bases are closer together here, so the bases are a little bit more defendable, but the rally does hit very hard. It does hit very fast. So you can reinforce across the map even faster than normal if Inexorable were to go for the same build. So far, standard opener. Racks expand, and we've seen something crazy out of Inexorable every game so far. Game 1, he went for 1 base BC. Game 2, he went for a 3 CC after the first racks. He went for a hyper greedy build into an 8 racks. Game 3, this time, everything looks normal. Racks into factory. Okay. This is the most standard opener we've seen so far out of Inexorable. And Mini Zerg, he's had a hard time reacting, a hard time scouting, a hard time reacting, a hard time confirming what the hell the Terran's up to. I don't blame him. Inexorable has been very chaotic. He's been very chaotic. We've yet to see a standard game. Here we have 3 CC before Starport. Economic opener. Standard economic opener here by Inexorable. So far, so good. Once again, the Overlord Scout is going to be denied. So Mini Zerg, he's going to be playing blind. And even though we can see that this is a standard build, Mini Zerg has no idea. And after this series, like, like the mental status of Mini Zerg, papi. Ay. Like, there's been a lot of twists and turns this series, and I don't envy Mini Zerg. I don't envy him for being in this position. Like, man, this guy is crazy. Ay. who is he? I wouldn't even be surprised if maybe this could even be the first time they're playing. Obviously, they're from different regions, like Ukraine, Brazil, different regions, different ladders. I do know that Inexorable does ladder on Europe. He gets okay ping to the European server. I know a lot of the Latin American players, they do ladder a little bit on EU. But yeah, I can't imagine they have too much history, especially because they're also from different eras, right? Like Mini Zerg, he's more of a recent talent that's rising up, a rising star, if you will. Inexorable, he was a rising star like 2 years ago. Like, there we go. Here we go. Reba does break in. Maybe a year ago. Maybe a year ago for Inexorable. A year, 2 years. Ooh. Reba does get caught out. Behind this again, just 3cc Banshee out of our Terran. This is as standard gets. Getting into a second and third ranks. They played 7 tournament matches, let's say. Oh, there you go. There you go. So they have that. They're somewhat familiar with each other. Somewhat. Played 7 games. What are they now? Collapsing star? You just called them a black hole? Oh no, Bappy, oh no. The one is a rising star, the other, the star has risen, Bappy. The star has risen. Ah. La estrella. Mr. Mintler. The sun is up, Bappy. The sun is up. So now, getting to Sim, getting to the bio. And after a chaotic series so far, again, we're just calming down, playing standard. Oh, Jesus, Mini Zerg is making 24 more links behind this. A massive link flood here out of Mini Zerg. Jesus. He's had enough. He's not going to take a line down, not anymore. Back in what we have to defend, we have some Marines in position at the third base. The natural is a little bit more exposed. Did we skip Hellion production, by the way? Am I crazy? Did skip Hellions. Oh, that was different. Yeah, no Hellions here, which means that Inexorable, as he moves out, there's not actually much at home to defend. So this was a bit of a more unique variation, as he did keep the reactor on the Marines, on the racks, I should say. Does move out. Again, we have so many Lings here. On the one hand, it's a little Ling, so he's going to be okay. On the other hand, I mean, this could have been drones, so we have to make use of this army. Marines move out. No medevacs. It's a Beyond push. Okay. It's a Beyond move out, and Inexorable, he's going to lose everything. He's going to lose everything here. He tries to stim forward. This is pre-stim. Stim is not even done. Lings, they collapse on the army. They hit across the map. They get into the mineral line. Everything's on fire. Inexorable gets surrounded, and Stim finishes after the fight. After the engage. And Inexorable, he was premature. He was premature, back. GG gets called, and Mini Zerg takes game number 3. We have a series. We have a series. We have a back and forth. GG, well played. Again, Inexorable, a really interesting build. Once again, winding it back, he did have a slight variation here. He kept the reactor on the racks, didn't add on swaps or extra marine production, and his goal was to be hyper aggressive, of course, was to hit with stim, but he hit 10 seconds before stim, and of course he hit without any medevacs, so he got surrounded. Mini Zerg, he already was massing up Lings. He got a full surround, a collapse on the army, counterattacked as well. That was game. That was game. So an anti-timing out of Inexorable, and with that, we have a series. We have a series. Mini Zerg, can he take another game? Can he force the ace match? Let's go. As we are loading into game 4, we're going to be loading into White Rabbit. So he's almost 18 months older. There you go. There you go. Old man. Smurge. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the yellow Terran player. We have the yellow Terran player himself. The Brazilian Terran. Oh, the Brazilian Terran leading the series 2-1. And 1 game away from claiming the series. It is Inexorable. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player himself representing Hokagu T-Team. It is Mini Zerg. Land of Ukraine. Let's go. As Inexorable, he does move out across the map. He does proxy his 2 racks proxy, 2 racks set up here by a proxy 2 racks out of Inexorable. No gases back at home. It's going to be a 2 racks bunker rush out of our Terran player, and we'll see how Minizerg reacts. Now, thankfully, he's keeping a second Overlord outside of the natural. This second Overlord will spot the bunkers. As they come in, as they move forward. Hold on. Do you have a gas on the way? Interesting. Raxes are going to be finishing. So far, a hatch gas pool, standard opener out of Minizerg. The Overlord across the map should confirm somewhat of what's going on. Marines are coming. Marines are amassing. We do have our quote-unquote SCV scouts making everything look normal. Marines are building up. And the question becomes, does Inexorable finish his bunker, right? Can he finish up his bunker within range of the hatchery? If he can, then he can snowball out of control. Likewise, we'll see how Minizerg reacts. Bunkers all the way. Throws down his bunkers. Throws down 3 bunkers even. The boys are being pulled. Can Minizerg deny this? Can he shut down those bunkers? As we have 4 bunkers on the way. Yeah, throws down a 4th bunker. Does fully wall off. Overlord is going to be hunted down, but bunkers are being cancelled. He gets 1, he gets 2. He does get 2 bunkers coming in for the surround. Inexorable, he will get surrounded. Yeah, there's no way out of this. He tries to stutter step. 1 Marine gets caught out. Does catch a couple of drones, but oh no! Yeah, it does get surrounded with that Minizerg. He should be able to hold on. The bunkers, they will not finish. Lings are out, and the proxy is completely shut down. Yeah, we're going to the ace match. Yeah, the proxy fails. We see an Inexorable. He does turn back around. He's racing home with the SCVs. Oh. He does race home. He's trading as best he can. Link speed is on the way. And Inexorable's in a rough position. Of course, he has to expand. It's going to be a very late CC by Inexorable. Minizerg is already joining up. Inexorable, he might turn this into a different all-in, potentially. He's going to get a CC, though. Yeah, he's going to expand. Oof. Very late CC for the Terran. And Minizerg takes a lead. I mean, the drone count is still quite comparable, but from here, Minizerg can just drone. He can just drone up. He's making 10 more lings. Wait, what? Yeah, a little bit indecisive. He does cancel the Zerglings, so a little bit of a misread here, and that does waste a lot of larva. That could have been more drones. So a little bit shaky. But it looks like Minizerg, he was a little bit afraid that Inexorable was going to commit. So he made a massive wave of lings, had to cancel everything, now has to re-drone. So a little bit shaky. A little bit messy. Okay. Oh, the deja vu, papi. Oh, no. We're going for the BC. Fusion core is on the way. We're going into BC production, technically off of 2 bases. We've been here before. Now, thankfully, because the early game has been in favor of Minizerg, technically this is a late BC compared to last time, right? It's like delayed, like 1 base BC production. Minizerg, he does have a better economy. He should be able to build up a higher queen count. This should be a cleaner defense out of Minizerg, but he's going for the Bane Bust. Early Bailey Nest. Ooh, okay. Minizerg, he's not macroing. He's not going to macro. He's going to go for the Bane Bust. This is a big risk, a big gamble. There are Hellions to defend. He doesn't have to gamble like this, but he's going for it. He's going all in. So Minizerg, he's forcing himself all in here. Going for the bust. Rallying across the map. And if he fails to kill, that's going to be game. Like, he because of this, his queen count is going to be lower. He delayed his 3rd and 4th queen. So delayed queen production. Show us the Bailings. Oh, now we're going further in, okay. Can he get this around? Up! Does come in, does look down to the Hellions. Very nice. Yeah, Hellions are surrounded. Takes control of the natural. Bailings are now morphing in. Inexorable, he'll lose 1. He'll lose up to 2 SCVs. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's, oh my god, so much damage is being dealt here. Again, Hellions, they were out of position. They're gonna get surrounded as well. And Mizurg, he's here to kill. He's here to kill. Send it, Batty, send it. You can do it. You can knock down the wall. Knock it down, Batty. BC is on the way. Mizurg, he breaks in. Yeah, he breaks down the front door, but there's a second wall behind this. BC teleports across the map. We have 4 queens. Okay, there are 4 queens. No spore. 4 queens. There's 1 transfuse. Yeah, clutch transfuse. Saves the first queen a little bit longer. Pulls back. Wings, they're being left idle. Ooh, 1 queen goes down. Yeah, this BC can kill the queens. Yeah, he's gonna kill every queen. Ay, ay, ay. All 4 queens will fall. Thankfully, there's a spore. Spores are in position. And we're soon getting it to 7 queens. And making 3 queens at a time. No, losing 1. Does lose 1 of the queens. BC so far has 7 kills. Yeah, 7 kills on the BC. Yamato's on the way, 2nd BC as well. But again, I feel like we should be able to mass up more queens and get extra spores. Like, the one thing concerns me is there's only 1 spore in each base. Get a 2nd spore, right? Like, at this point, it's worth it. Like, the Terran's on 1 base. Bailey's they flood in. Yeah, he breaks through. He busts on through. Bailey's they make their way into the mineral line. The BC teleports back home. And we're going to the ace match. We're going to the ace match here. No way that Angel brings this back. Not this time. No shot. Does save the workers. 19 SCVs plus mules. True. These are mules. Now he's up to 2 battle cruisers. How many queens? 7. And transfuse. Like, look at all this energy. Queens should not be dying. Maybe this one. Nah, not even. It does transfuse, keeps the queens alive. Minis he's ready for this. Now there is going to be a big power spike soon for Inexorable. That is Yamato, right? Yamato is going to be a big power spike for the Terran. Sure, true. Oh. Within range of the spore, taking a lot of hits. Taking a lot of damage. Oh, as we have a Spire on the way. 2nd spore protecting the Spire. 2nd spore here at the 3rd base, and 2nd spore in the main. Let's go. 2 spores per base. 3 spores in the natural even as well. Yeah, he's fine. It's perfectly fine. Yamato is not done. True, true. Yamato is done. And where are the Yamatos? Oh. So Yamato's a little bit late. Does get 1, 2, 3 queens. 3, 4, 5. Oh god, 5 queens go down. Jesus. Yeah, 5 queens do fall. 1 of the BCs is called out. Massive pickup. Gets a BC. And again, Mini Zerg is holding on. Lost 5 queens, but GG, well played. And we are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. We're going to game 5, Pappy. This time we do not have a repeat of game 1. There's no crazy comeback with the battle cruisers. This time, as we mentioned, Mini Zerg, he had a greater economy. He had a higher queen count. He had transfuse, more importantly, as well. And with that, we're going to game 5. We're going all the way to game 5. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the yellow Terran. Whew. He was up 2-0, by the way. He was up 2-0, but now he's being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Inexorable. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. Bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. With the blue Zerg player, we have the Ukrainian Zerg representing Hokago T team. One game away from pulling off the reverse sweep. It is Mini Zerg. Let's go. Let us go. Oh my god. Whew, did he get the BC? The first BC did end up dying, yes, yes. Did get the battle cruiser. But here we go. So many queens. I want to say he had like 15 queens at the end there. It was crazy. He had more than 10 for sure. More than 10. But now we're settling into game 5. We're going to be loading into Winter Madness. Winter Madness is one of the larger maps. The map pool, larger map, longer rush distance by ground, and our eyes are on the Terran once again. As we mentioned before, for the most part, Mini Zerg has been reacting to his opponents. We did see on 10,000 feet Mini Zerg be the aggressor. True, both of them were the aggressor, to be fair. But Mini Zerg, he was in the face of Inexorable. He was able to shut him down. What do we have this time? No proxy. No proxy. The Raxes are back at home. Just a standard Rax Expand single gas opener. Everything's looking normal so far. Yeah. Ooh. I don't think he had more than 10 left after losing 5 queens. No, I mean in total before the 5 queens died. Like, he did lose 5 queens, but like to have that many queens left over, like so like initially, like before he lost those 5 queens. Everything together. Oh my god, speaking of crazy builds though, we are going for something crazy once again. We do have a Rax Expand standard opener into a 4-Rax, 2 base all-in. 2 base all-in, heavy stim timing here out of Inexorable. This is gonna hit with stim. Combat shields, this will hit without medevacs, so no medevac support. Every stim counts, every stim will hurt, and we'll see if Mini Zerg can scout, because once again the Overlord scout is denied. Every game so far, Mini Zerg, he just wants to scout. He just wants to scout, baby. Ay, ay, ay. But as the Overlord is going to be zoned away, and Mini Zerg is playing blind, which is scary. This is scary. This is terrifying. He needs to confirm what's going on, and it's difficult because we've seen so much variety out of Inexorable so far in this series. If you remember, we spoke about this on Ruby Rock. We spoke about how on Ruby Rock, Mini Zerg, he scouted only Marines, and it could have been a 2-on-1, a 3CC 2-on-1, 3 racks, 4 racks. There was no way for him to really confirm what was going on. It's similar here. On Ruby Rock, it was hyper greed. Here, it's hyper aggression. So it's going to be on a Zerg player. It's less about scouting, because honestly, Mini Zerg cannot scout. Like, there's no way. There's no way for him to scout this. But what he can do is play safe, right? Because he doesn't know what's going on, it's a risk you take, because playing safe does mean that an opponent can get away with a greedy build. But, you know, going for an early Urbaniness, going for an early Evo Chamber, not going fast lair, we'll see. Not going double Evo Chamber, true. Link pokes in, and Mini Zerg, he will scout Marines, but again, that's all he sees. He does spot a handful of Marines. He's throwing down a wall of spores. Is going Bathing Nest first? We'll see if this works out. An early Bathing Nest like this will defend against like a Hellbat push. So if this was like a 2-on-1 Hellbat push, then Mini Zerg would be okay against that. Against a 4-Rax, we'll see. I'm a little bit concerned because I feel like the slow Banes are just going to be focused down. Yeah, we pull the voice. Let's go. 2 base all in. Exorbitant, he pulls the voice. He sees. Yeah, Link does scout, does confirm. Mini Zerg, he knows. He pulls back all the queens. Give up on the third. Give up on the third base. All the queens are consolidated. He's getting ready for what's to come. No spines, though. 22 Lings are on the way. But is it too late? Is it too late, Bat? Banelings will help here. They'll help when it comes to shutting down the SCVs at least. As Banelings are morphing in, the boys have arrived. He has to hit the natural. He needs to hit that natural base. Banelings are done in time. And they waddle in. They waddle in. They crash into the SCVs. Workers go down, but a nice spread here with the Marines, and it looks like it's too much. Yeah, too many Marines, too much bio. He stims, and he wins. He breaks through the Lings. Breaks through the Banelings. Now he wants the Queens. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. 3 Queens go down. And there's just too much man with gun. Too much man with gun. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Zingo, he knocks down every single Queen. All 6 Queens will go down. I say that the boys are being pulled. Can we hold on? Can he hold? Surrounds the Marines. Down to 1 Queen. 1 Queen left. Mizurg, he barely does hold on. It was close. It was clutch. He barely does survive. And inexorable. That was it. That's all he had. He's down to 18 SCVs. He has 1 more wave. He has 1 more wave, but Mizurg, he has a greater economy. He did lose the Baneliness, true. Baneliness did go down. So it's purely a Ling defense, but I feel like he's held. Just purely just pump out Lings. Gather the Queens. There's how many Marines? There's 16. Soon to be 21. 21 Marines. Oh, let's go! Oh, as he should be pulling the boys for the second time. Let's go. The boys are being pulled. Remember, the Baneliness is not ready. These SCVs, they can do an amazing job tanking. He needs Banelings. We need Banelings as quickly as possible. Baneliness is done. Here we go. We have 8 Banelings morphing in. If they finish, Minizork, he can hold. There's a scan. Inexorable. Can he deny these Banelings? He's stemming in. He's pushing forward. The Banelings will finish. Just in time. 1 Baneling is denied. We've got 7? 8. There's 8 Banelings left. 8 Banelings remaining. The boys are here. Nice target firing. Does focus on the Banelings. No, it's going to be close. The Lings. Yeah, barely enough. Lings, they get a full surround. Marines, they trickle in, but GG gets called. Inexorable, he taps out, and Minizurg, he pulls off the reverse sweep. 3-2. GG. Hi. GG, well played. Congratulations, Minizurg. He holds, he survives a very clutch defense. Imagine if that Baneliness was late. Imagine if it was like 10, 20 seconds later. I mean, that would have been game. Like, those Banelings were crucial in that defense, barely finishing up in time after he got focused down. And with that, Minizurg, he holds, he defends, he survives. He pulls off that reverse sweep. GG, well played. Crazy series, chaotic series as well. Inexorable, he's an animal. He played standard, somewhat standard once on 10,000 feet, and even then it was not a standard build, just because he went for reacted Marine production into that early stim timing. So crazy builds out of Inexorable. Minizurg, he's able to slowly eventually adapt, eventually get accustomed to Inexorable throughout the series. GG, baby, GG. Whew. Okay. GG, well played. With that, congratulations again. That was close. That was clutch. That was a beautiful series. Again, beautiful series. Minizurg and Inexorable, very close in skill. Clearly a lot of variety when it comes to how they approach the game and their approach, their builds. But now we have 1 series left. 1 series remaining. They have a lot to live up to. Shout out to Jumy, by the way. Jumy did raid us earlier. He was playing GeoGuessr, did give us a raid, and now we are featuring Jumy facing off against Creature in a PvP. Aye. Oh boy. We're getting into our PvP here. Jumy versus Creature. Creature, of course, he is an older school player that retired for many years and recently came back and he plays on a semi-regular basis. Meanwhile, we have our German Protoss here, who is a much more active player. And spawning in the top right hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the German Protoss player himself representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Red Protoss player. The Red Protoss, the American Protoss, representing Ladder Legends. It is a Creature. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Best of luck, man. Best of luck. Crazy. And again, that could have gone either way. That could have gone either way. But GG, well played. We're settling into our final series. Final series of the broadcast. Coming into this, Jumy is the favorite player. Creature, he does have more experience than Jumy, for sure. Jumy, he's one of the players that kind of rose up during the COVID era of StarCraft. Did rise up. If you remember, he did actually, we had an interview with Jumy. I say we had, StreamerZone had an interview, or the SC Historian, and Jumy spoke about how he kind of stumbled his way into the pro scene. He always played and enjoyed StarCraft, but due to some medical issues, I think he actually broke his leg or something. Like, that was due to being confined at home. I think this also coincided with COVID. He was kind of like, you know, bored. He wanted to spend his time doing something, and he decided to ladder. He decided to play, and he accidentally got good. He just accidentally got good. He grinded quite hard, though. To be fair, like, a lot of work was put into it. He did grind very, very hard. Played a lot of ladder. Steadily improved and got up to this point where I would say that Jumy's one of the top Protoss players out there in Europe. He's up there. I would say that Jumy's comparable with Geralt, for example. Comparable with Geralt, comparable with Shameless. Geralt, Shameless, Jumy, they're up there. Oh. So he's got his own story. I do recommend it. Again, he got interviewed by the SC Historian. This was, I think this was during SC for All. I think Jumy was one of the few players that traveled. Because I want to say the Streamer Zone, they sent Jumy and Geralt and SOS to SC for All. It would have been SC for All or potentially Stellarfest. It was one of those events. One of the two. Interview was back from Dallas. Oh, there you go. That was like I knew it was in America. I knew it was in the Americas. SC for All, Stellarfest, Dallas. That one. But they all blend together. That's why Jumy keeps breaking limbs. Much love to Jumy, by the way. Like, Jumy, he's had the worst luck. Much love to Jumy. I believe that's in reference to, it was a couple of years ago, Home Story Cup, well, like 25, 24, when Jumy, it was like the week of Home Story Cup. He was on his bike and he had an accident, and he broke his arm again. Like, he had an accident on his bike, and yo, shout out to Jumy, by the way. Like, we'll get into the game soon, but fun fact, he still went to Home Story Cup. he went to Home Story Cup with a broken arm. Like, what an animal. He's crazy. He still went. He still competed. What a madman. What a madman. Again, that was like Home Story Cup 24-ish, like around there, a couple of years ago. The passion, baby, the passion. But here we go. Here we go. From here, we're going to be opening up again. The Twilight Council opener out of Jumy and Creature getting into Blink. So far, just standard openers, 2 gates, no proxy, no shenanigans. Both players are scouting, just ensuring what's going on. Creature just sent out 2 hallucinations. Meanwhile, we can see that Jumy's just setting up for what should be a 3rd base. So again, very standard play here. 2 gate opener into a 3rd. I say standard, this is pretty greedy. If, for example, Creature was going into DTs, was going into a Dark Shrine, or being more aggressive, then Jumy would be in danger. He's delaying his robo. Delayed robo, delayed 3rd gateway, faster 3rd base instead. But he's feeling safe enough to do so. Likewise, we have Creature doing something similar. He does go for the robo first, though. He's playing safe, getting the detection, just in case. So a slightly safer variation out of Creature. As our players are expanding, Jumy does poke out. Looking at the armies here, Jumy, we have an even Stalker count, even Stalkers, even Sentries. Creature, of course, has the defender's advantage. Jumy pokes in, and misplaced. Yeah, misplaced force field as he distracts the position into the mineral line. Not bad, getting 1, 2, 3 probes. Yeah, getting up to 3 workers. Oof. Again, just causing a distraction. Might even catch some stalkers. Uh-oh. Here's reinforcing at the same time. Creature also gets into the natural, but we get a full surround. And Jumy, he'll shut this down. He'll shut this down. He'll lose one. He'll lose maybe 2 probes. Yeah, 2 probes go down compared to the 6 workers going down for Creature. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, better trade for Jumy. Even getting hull damage on the 3rd base. And Creature, he is struggling a little bit here. Yeah, just slightly 1 step behind. Jumy, he rotates over. Creature, he does miss the army rotation. Jumy going further into the bases. He goes further in. 1, 2, 3 more probe kills. Pushing further into the main. And even recalls. Yeah, recalls back home. He will lose 3 stalkers. 3 almost full stalkers go down. So there was a bit of a trade, a bit of a back and forth. But Jumy maintains his economic lead. So we can afford these trades. We can afford them. Oh, God. The aggression continues. Shades to the 3rd base. 8 probes going down in total. Ay, ay, ay. Thankfully, he's going to be shut down. Calm down, Jumy. Calm down. And throughout the course of this game, it's just been incremental wins. Like these small incremental wins here for Jumy. It's adding up. Meanwhile, a big shout to Pacheco in the chat. Gracias, gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Welcome one and all to the CranKy Ducklings. Welcome to the OSC Elite Rising Star number 17.5 tournament day number 2. This is the final series of the broadcast, but welcome, bienvenidos. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time, whether it was casting or laddering or streaming. Hope you had a great time. Gracias, gracias. Yeah, as Jumy does get across the map. Creature, he takes down the 4th base, but the 3rd base of Creature also goes down. Yeah, Jumy just achieving so much more damage. Evacuates the 3rd. We're going for the base trade. Let's go. We're going for the base trade. The 3rd base is under fire. Jumy pushing into the natural. Depowers the robo. Gets into the mineral line. But when it comes to the main armies here, Creature, he has more zealots. He's got so many zealots here with his army. He can actually break through that much faster. Okay, now he's moving in. Now he's going further in. Creature, he can overwhelm. Pushing into the natural base. Jumy pushing into the main. Technically, Jumy, he is faster. That is true. But Creature, he just has so much more. Nice force field. Jumy trying to hold the line. Okay, Jumy's delaying, throwing down more force fields. Warping in more zealots. And Creature ninja base. Let's go. He gets the ninja base up and running. Este Creature. Oh. As we are going to be collapsing in. Catching all of these stalkers. The stalkers, a crazy blink here by Creature. They're exposed. Yes, so many stalkers go down. He does leave the zealots behind. Very nice force fields. And Creature's getting picked apart. Wow, he's getting picked apart. Fun fact, Creature, he had the larger army. He had the higher army supply. But pushing up this ramp was not worth it. He will lose everything. The stalkers, the zealots. A rough fight, rough trade here by Creature. Gonna be forced out. And Jumy's gonna take it. Jumy will take it. And Creature, he was up like, what, 20, 30 army supply? Creature, he had the army. He overextended. Just misjudging, maybe just overconfident. Creature being forced out. And Jumy, he's knocked down to 1 base. True, he's down to 1 expansion, so is Creature, but he's going to get another base up and running. If given time, Creature can eventually build back up, but Jumy shouldn't wait. He shouldn't wait. Shouldn't give him that time. So just catching it. Hola, ¿cómo estamos today? Ah, estamos bien, estamos bien. Gracias, gracias. Un poco cansado, todavía no. Son las 3 y todavía no como desayuno. Son las 3 de la tarde, man. 3 de la tarde. Pero estamos bien, estamos bien. We've had some great games, great matches. Great matches. Antes we were casting Inex. Inexorable. Crazy games. Estaba loco, papi. Estaba loco. I recommend it. Recommend it. But for now, Jumy, he's just reestablishing himself. He's just resaturating, getting his natural up and running. Likewise, Creature, he has a ways to go as well. Sure, he has this ninja base, but there's no saturation here. And Jumy, he barely does not find it. Not yet. Gah. Is this live, CC? Live. Estamos en vivo. Pretty sure this is from replay. When it comes to most OSC events, so like OSC Masters Cups or the Rising Star or the Rising Elite tournaments, these matches are submitted ahead of time and they're organized by the admin. So technically this is a replay cast, but we don't know the results. We don't know the outcome. The players themselves do. But that's the case for like the OSC Season 13 Championship or the mid-season playoffs or Rising Star. Those kind of big OSC events, typically they have their players play ahead of time. There are exceptions, of course, like King of the Hill. Like King of the Hill is not, King of the Hill is live, but it's a little bit different. As Jumy is being a little bit passive here. I mentioned earlier that like if given time, Creature can recover, and that's true, but we gotta, he still is a ways away, like still a ways away, Pappy. He has a high yield gas geyser that helps somewhat, but Jumy, he's just chilling, slowly getting his third base, getting further ahead, and building up his army. Jumy just chilling. El mejor país de Chile. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I've only been to airports. Been to Santiago. For a couple of hours. There we go. Here we go. Jumy's moving out again. He has a massive army to work with. Again, just came out too far ahead when it came to the base trade. And here we go. Jumy does commit in. Creature, he has almost nothing left to defend. He's down to 2 Archons, down to a handful of Zealots. He just cannot keep up. Not after the base trade. Not after the failed base trade. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Jumy, he'll take a lead in the series. He'll take a lead 1-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. He will take that lead, and we'll see if Creature can recover and bounce back. Again, when it came to the base trade, initially things were looking better for Creature. He had the large army, he had more DPS output, he was knocking down bases, but forcing his way up that ramp was not the call to make. He was just being torn apart. The force fields were crazy. The force fields were just slicing up his army, so Jumy could deal with it a portion at a time. And on top of that, Creature had a crazy blink up the ramp. He blinked up the ramp. Zealots were stuck back at home or back on the low ground. Just a really, really rough fight there, and everything just snowballed out of control. Snowballed out of control. GG, well played. With that, Jumy takes the lead, and now we're going to be loading into game 2. We'll see if a Creature can bounce back, if Jumy can extend that lead. Let's go. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the German Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Jumy. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the American Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Ladder Legends. It is a Creature. Here we go. True. There's no more for Jumy. We have to have the responsibility to be for Jumy. Yes. He is just Jumy now. Just Jumy. There we go. We're getting into game number 2 here. Going to be loading into Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock being one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression can be favored, but in a mirror matchup in a PvP, that kind of goes out the window here. So we'll see how we open up. So far, game 1 was pretty passive. It was pretty passive, pretty tame when it came to the early game. Once our players started taking their third bases, that's when Jumy popped off. Remember, Jumy, he had a pretty solid mid-game when it came to harassing. He was able to just pick a creature apart, killing so many workers and taking a massive economic lead. In the end, creature was forced all in. He was forced into the base trade, which honestly kind of was working well for him initially, until it wasn't. Until it wasn't. Hello. As creature moves out and sets up a proxy pylon. So creature going for the proxy. Jumy with the probe scout, he will soon confirm that a pylon is missing. And what do we go for? Proxy Stargate or proxy Robo? This won't be the worst location for a Stargate, but we'll see. Pressure is on. Show us what you got. Awful in the chat, awful. I thought after 4 Jumy came 5 Jumy. Ah, no. Awful. As creature is going for the proxy robo. Proxy robo going for the 1 base all in. And Jumy back at home going for a Stargate opener. Oh, okay. We'll see how Jumy is able to react. We'll see how he responds after this. With a Stargate, he can go Oracle. He can have defensive Void Rays. But typically, it's a little bit of a more difficult defense here with the Stargate. We'll see. We shall see. Jumy is scouting bottom left.
The firstborn shall persevere.
He's checking for a Nexus. And Jumy, he finds nothing. As we have a third gate on the way. Jumy still piecing this together. Jumy does move out. Here comes the Oracle. Creature, he gets a full scout of the main base. He sees the Stargate. He sees the Oracle. Back at home, Stalkers are in position. Creature, he's ready for the Oracle. On the one hand, this at least does force some supply back at home for Creature. True. As the Depths, they threaten to dive. Oh. Sorry, my apologies. Two Adepts, they get in. I was a little bit distracted by 2 Adepts. They do bust into the mineral line. 7 probes do go down. Critical damage already. Adepts, sorry, Stalkers, they were in position, but damage is still being done. Ay, ay, ay. 7 probes. That's crazy. Apologies, was a bit distracted. 2 Adepts, they bust into the main. They got a lot of work to do. Creature gets 3 probe kills, but remember, Creature is the one that's meant to be the aggressor here. Down to 18 probes. The Oracle goes in. Stalkers are out of position. Going for the stasis. Yeah, going for the stasis trap. Oh, he's crazy. No, the stasis barely gets focused down. That was so close. That was close. Second stasis trap. Catching out 3 probes. And Creature moves in. Creature does move in. Does move in, gets up the ramp, going for what the attempted Atosis pylon, but there's another pylon behind this. Keeps all the gateways powered. Immortal's on the way. So far so good. Jumy, he's just buying time. He's holding on here for his Immortal. Shield battery's almost out of energy. Yeah, the battery does run out. Jumy going for the prism. No, the prism goes down. The prism goes down. No more reinforcements. The Immortal is about to pop, and Jumy holds. Yeah, Jumy, he does hold on. He shuts down this army. Forces back the all-in. Jumy's still ahead economically. Still up in probes. And Creature is running out of steam. It's running out of steam. Once again, the main base is exposed. Going for another stasis. Oh, does get focused down. Has reactions out of Creature. But Creature can't push up. A Creature actually behind in Immortal count. He's behind in the Immortal count. He has 1 Immortal. There's soon to be 2 Immortals for Jumy. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Creature is still massing up. Making his way into the main. Does have his one immortal. Oh god. Thankfully does pull away in time. But again, things are looking worse and worse for Creature over time. I say that no one is yet to expand. But Jumy now is soon to have his own War Prism. He can have his own micro. Ooh, Stasis goes up. Catching out a couple of Stalkers. And Jumy, he can soon break out. He can soon break out. Just waiting for his Prism, waiting for his Phoenix. The Phoenix is built to lift the Immortal. And to ensure that the Creature doesn't get away. And speaking of Creature, he does have to pull out. Back at home, we attempt to expand, trying to transition out of this. And Jumy is overwhelming. Catching out the Observer. Back at home, there's no defensive setup, there's no shield batteries. There wouldn't be. Oh. Jumy actually dropping into the main. Okay. Jumps into the main base. Creature out of position. Pylon goes down. Not bad. Powers the gateways. Both Prisms take a lot of hits. As the War Prism gets very low here for Creature. That's going to go down. Yeah, it does go down as well. Ay, ay, ay. Prism goes down. Immortals go back into the main. Jumy has to be careful. Fighting without his Immortals. But he does get one. Yeah, it does have one Immortal. Very nice force field, just running back the army. Half the army can't even engage. Jumy still popping up, killing the gateways. Takes down the gateway. GG gets called, shades into the main, and Jumy, he extends his lead 2-0. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Creature, he had potential early on, but losing that War Prism took away so much momentum from Creature. It meant that he had to back off, and that gave Jumy so much time to build up his own Immortals, to get harassing damage across the map. I'm still thinking about that moment when the Adepts, they got into the main base and they killed 7 probes. Doesn't sound like a big deal. Hey, he's one base all in, but when you're all in like that, every worker matters that much more, because you don't want to waste resources rebuilding probes. You want to be focusing on your army output instead. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game 3. We're going to be loading into our third and potentially final game. The pressure's on. The pressure is now on Creature. We're going to be loading into Winter Madness for Jumy, or Jumy is 1 game away from claiming the series. Let's go. Meanwhile, a big shout to Estenier. Let's go. Gracias, papi. Gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 3 months. For 3 months. Thank you, papi. Thank you. Estenier. The question is, which Nier? There's so many. There's so many, papi. So many. Pero gracias, gracias. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. As here we go, we're getting to our next game and spawning in the top left-hand corner. Top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the German Protoss player. We have the German Protoss himself representing Streamer Zone. Leading the series 2-0. It is a Jumy. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss. It is a Creature. Here we go. Yes, guys. I think that is the Costa Rican Nier, maybe, potentially. There's a lot. There's Nier Shaggy, there's Nier, there's the other Nier. There's Pero gracias, gracias. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. So now we're building up. We are going to be setting up. For now, 2-gate opener out of Creature, 2-gate opener out of Jumy. Costa, yeah, I know. De Costa Rica, papi. Let's go, let's go. Best of luck, best of luck. Estás jugando en ¿cómo se llama? Nation Wars, right? You're gonna be playing in Nation Wars? Para Costa Rica. Best of luck, best of luck. Que tienes suerte, papi. Que tienes suerte. Yeah, Nation Wars. Let's go. Let's go. For those who don't know, Nation Wars is a tournament that's actually began, it's season 7, I think. Season 7. And it began, I want to say like a week ago or so. But we got all the nations battling it out. We got Team Bolivia, Costa Rica, Germany, France, Italy. There's an American team, Taiwanese team. And I think this week is the first week of the group stage. First week of the group stage. Best of luck. So we determine the best nation in StarCraft. For now though, we do have our initial openers. Creature's gonna be the first to expand, slightly faster here than Jumy, slightly. And we do have some varying openers here. Okay, so we had Adept Sentry out of Creature, Stalker Sentry out of Jumy, but we have more Adepts on the way. The goal here is, of course, to get into the economy, into the mineral lines. So Adepts taking one-shot probes. We saw last game, Jumy, he was able to pop off early on and get 7 probe kills. We'll see if we can do that again. We shall see. As Jumy does move out. Does veer off here on the right-hand side. Veer off. Likewise, you have our tech of choices. It's going to be an earlier Twilight Council out of Creature, getting into Blink. Later Council from Jumy. As that are moving in for both players. Jumy shading into the main. No, the wall's open. Yeah, the wall's to the wall. And FC shaded into the main base. Nothing's in position, and probes are going to go down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Getting 1, 2, 3, 4, getting up to 5 probe kills. Not like this. Can we get 6? Oh, 6. Wow, 6 probes go down. Ay, ay, ay. Adept even shades away. Getting to the natural, denying more mining time. Can we get 7? Oh, okay. He does it again, Fab. He does it again. 7 probe kills. And with that, yes, Creature had the slightly faster expansion. He had the slightly faster tech as well, but alas, that does not matter. Now these down in workers down by 5. Down 5 probes. Jumy going for the passive forge, faster +1. And Jumy can just settle in. He just settle in and build up into that +1 timing. The pressure instead is now on Creature. Pressure is on. As he moves out with his own 2 Adepts. Does move out. Delays the 3rd. Okay. Not bad. Delays the 3rd base. That's something. Creature's getting his own. But again, Creature, he needs more. So in the chat. Papi Chula. Let's go. Bringing Pro SC2 to the plebs. Ah, no. Bienvenidos, papi. Bienvenidos. Ay, papi. Bienvenidos. So you get the YouTube chat. For now, though. For now, again, we're claiming our 3rd bases. Again, Jumy still maintains a slight economic edge over his opponents. Creature does have Blink. True. Does already have Blink. Jumy coming in for the flank and going for the 3rd. Oh, this Creature's out of position. The base taking a lot of hits, but it shouldn't be cancelled. It's getting close. Oh. Taking a lot of hits, it's getting close. And force fields they zone back the army. At the same time, Adepts bust into the mineral line. 5 probes going down. That's damage by Creature. But the base is getting low. No shot. Yeah, no shots. +1 now finishing up. Jumy has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Jumy pulls out. Creature defends. Oh, even punishing the Stalkers. And trading 2 for 2. Trading 2 for 2, but that worker lead that Jumy once had, not quite there anymore. Yeah, not anymore. And thankfully, Creature saves the expansion. This might come into play later. It's possible that Jumy builds up on 3 bases, moves out, and later on kills this expansion. And Jumy, he wants it. He's coming back. He wants the Nexus. Oh no. Creature fanning out his units, looking for the army. Jumy pokes back in. Jumy does have the Stalker lead. And he just fight head on. Can try to. Jumy pulls away at the same time, just distracting his opponent, shading into the natural. 3, 4 probes going down, getting to 5. Do we get 7 again? No, sure. He shades in. Yeah, he shades into the main base. 6 probes already falling. He wants the Nexus. No, Sean. 2 more. Oh, God. One más. He gets it. He gets it. The 3rd base goes down. Jumy gets the hell out of there. At the same time, 9 probes going down to the main, and Creature's being torn apart. He just cannot keep up. Not like this, Pappy. Not like this. Jumy gets the 3rd. GG. Ay, ay, ay. GG. Well played. Jumy claims the series. Jumy will advance on into the quarterfinals. GG. Aye, aye, aye. GG, well played. Purely from harassment here. No major pushes, no major attacks either. Just a non-stop adept harass, non-stop stalker harass as well. Just tearing Creature apart. Could not keep up. GG. GG, well played. Just too many losses. Losing what? Up to, what, 16, 15 probes? So many workers. The entire middle line went down throughout the course of that game. And of course, the 3rd base as well. And in a mirror matchup, what can you do? What can you do in a mirror matchup to recover from there? You can maybe go into like DTs or just go for an all-in, but again, so far behind there was Creature. GG. Congratulations to Jumy as he does claim the series, and with that, we have finally reached the end of the broadcast. GG, well played. 6 best of 5s. There were a lot of best of 5s, Pap. Yeah. That's 6 best of 5s. Did just wrap up. Let's catch up on the bracket. Let's catch up what has been going on where we are and where we are headed. Oh boy. Here we go. It's a little bit small here. I'll have to like adjust the I'll have to. Wait, can I do something here? We'll have to adjust kind of like the filters and try to clean this up for the next cast. I'll do my best. Do my best. Hold on, can I? Yeah, we just. But we have our bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Exclamation mark B if you want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live. The bracket is stacked, and we do have soon to be our quarterfinals getting ready for us. We are getting there. Looks a little bit better. Hold on. A little bit. But here we go. From the top here, we have Shameless. Shameless, he's up against HonMonO. He's up against HonMonO in the quarterfinals in what would be a PvT. Even though I favor Shameless to go far in this tournament, HonMonO, he is one of those players that can cause upsets, especially in TvP. HonMonO, if you remember from his previous series, he is hyper aggressive, hyper cheesy, hyper all-in, and he is a TvP specialist. No Protoss is safe, not against HonMonO. Scrolling down, we have Mute. Mute, he's up against Minizerg. Minizerg, he had a crazy series against Inexorable. I would say the series of the broadcast. Crazy back and forth, close games, clutch matches. But we have Minizerg versus Mute. That's going to be a hard one to call. Again, Minizerg, he took down Inexorable. I would say that Mute is a step above Inexorable. They're both from Latino America. Mute being the Peruvian Protoss player, of course. Is a Peruvian Protoss. Actually, can I... And it is going to be favored, but best of luck to Minizerg. I want to see him do well. We then have Young Yakov. We have Young Yakov here versus Middle VK, going to be facing off in a ZVP. Then have Lemon versus Ragnar. Hold on, can I do this? Yeah, look at that. We can just there. That's beautiful. So much better. Jesus. God, had the power to zoom in. But up next, we had Young Yakov versus Minda VK. They're going to be facing off. Yakov is the other favorite player here in the series or in the tournament. In my mind, Yakov and Shameless are the 2 top players to make it far in this event. They're here to make it far. We'll see if anyone can stop them. Lemon is one of the players that can stop him. True. Lemon is also a top-tier Protoss player and is a bit of an underdog. He's a bit of a dark horse, but Lemon, he always does pop off. He always has surprising results here. And I will say that he is one that can upset, that can potentially even make it to the finals and stop Young Yako. True, true. Then I have Jumy. Jumy, he just took down Creature 3-0. Jumy, he advances on to the quarterfinals, and Jumy is waiting for the winner of Ledlix and MJG. Ledlix is the heavy favorite there. I would say that Jumy is favored now to make it through in towards the semifinals, but whether he's up against Young Yakov or Lemon, hard to say. Hard to say who is favored there. Hard to say. But yeah, GG well played. With that does allow us to wrap up day 2, and we should be getting day 3 for, I would say, like maybe 5 or 6 weeks worth of games are still ahead of us here. Whether we cast it, yet to be determined. It's up to Eddie. Eddie typically does allow us to cast, sometimes Steadfast, Chicken Man, Dave Testa, depending on which caster is available, does often reach out and does kind of spread the love when it comes to who covers this event. Does spread the love. But with that, GG well played. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. Again, a lot of fun matches. If you maybe missed out on the broadcast, I highly recommend checking out HonMonO versus Hacker's Top and Inexorable versus Minizerg. Those are the 2 matches that stand out in my mind. They were kind of like the matches of the broadcast. Do check it out. Do check it out. Otherwise, oh, actually, hold on, let's come back. Otherwise, with that, we do have our schedule here. We have our schedule for the rest of the week. We just wrapped up with our Monday morning broadcast, and you can see how stacked the week is. We've been a little bit more... we haven't been as available in January. January, we had some very light casting, no pun intended, but things were happening IRL. Unfortunately, you know, things are happening with my pet bunnies. There were a lot of vet visits, and there are still more vet visits to come. Here on Thursday, actually going to the vet as well. So, sorry, on Wednesday, actually. Wednesday going to the vet. So we just have been less available as of late, and we just haven't been able to cast as much in January, which is a bit of a shame because I feel like January was really important, and there's a lot of StarCraft going on, which is why we have some replay cast. Home Story Cup, we have to catch up with Home Story Cup. Rongi Cup as well was yesterday, so we have to catch up with Rongi Cup. That's going to be our next cast here this evening. That's going to be in around 4 hours, in around 4.5 hours time. So I got 4.5 hours to get some breakfast. Gotta get some breakfast, get some food, freshen up, and get ready for the next cast as the StarCraft does not end. So that is going to be later on this evening. Meanwhile, just quickly checking up on our schedule here. Tuesday morning is going to be Home Story Cup. Unfortunately, we usually are the B stream for Home Story Cup, and we have been the B stream for Home Story Cup for the past couple of years, but this that weekend we were unavailable. As we mentioned, you know, we had some vet visits, there were some things happening IRL, so I was not able to cast, so we are going to be catching up via replays. Again, I didn't watch any Home Story Cup to come in with a fresh mind, with a fresh outlook. Going to go through the group stage into the playoffs. So group A, B, C, D into the playoffs. It's going to be a lot of catching up, a lot of StarCraft. We then have Little League Cup. True, Little League Cup is also going to be probably next week. A lot of replays there as well, but Little League Cup is around the corner. We have Pegasus Cup, we have the Wardy TV Monday, the Podcast, MSO, SDO, Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. It's finally back. Tuna Cup has been on a bit of a hiatus, but finally will return Tuesday evening, so plenty of StarCraft. We are live twice a day, almost every single day, non-stop StarCraft. We pride ourselves on casting more StarCraft than anyone else out there. We cast more StarCraft than Wardy, more StarCraft than Steadfast, more StarCraft than anyone else, except in January. As I mentioned, January, we unfortunately were unable to cast as much as we usually do. But otherwise, we're getting back into the non-stop casting. We'll try to, at least. We'll try to, as we try to catch back up and get back into the swing of things. All the content, all the StarCraft. And again, if you are unsatiated, we're going to be back in 4 hours. Back in 4 hours time with the finals of Rongi Cup. Rongi Cup Season 3 finals. That's going to be best of 7 between Hero and Maru. Quantity greater than quality. Yes, yes. We have the quantity and we've got a little bit of the quality. A little bit. Jumy could definitely win 100%. Yeah, there's players like Jumy, players like Lemon, players like HonMonO that can threaten for sure 100%. Jumy says that's my Nexus. Yes for sure. Oh, but with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys in 4 hours for Rongi Cup, or we'll see you guys tomorrow in 24 hours for Home Story Cup. See you soon. See you soon, baby. See you soon. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, you can also support us via Patreon, ! Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis, so you can help us grow our events even further. Otherwise, if you see something that you like here, and if it's maybe not at the best time zone for you, if you're like, I want to watch Rongi Cup. We had some crazy games in the Rongi Cup group stage, by the way. If you missed out on Rongi Cup, if you missed out on, or if you're going to miss out on the RSL qualifiers, or Wardy TV Mondays, or Pegasus Cups, YouTube is the place to be. All the VODs are uploaded on YouTube on a daily basis, so plenty of content, plenty of VODs over on YouTube. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys either later on tonight or tomorrow. We'll see you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.